For 2017, they charge us, it's 111, oh, I should have it here.
Perhaps Mr. Telfer can help us.
Yeah.
Mr.
Yes,
Telfer.
please. Yes, you have the numbers.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so I think I'm trying to follow along. So what MPAC did was they reduced, well, this hearing will reduce the taxes on the property to a value that MPAC gave us. The value that MPAC gave us is approximately half of what the value was before when there was a house on the property before the fire. They've reduced, for 2017, they've reduced it to a vacant land value of $111,693. And this hearing, if approved, will reduce the taxes to the equivalent of $111,693 taxes on that value. That taxes on that value are about $1,500.
So this, the report you've given us then, that would confirm the 111,000 value in the taxes of that amount?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. MPAC has reduced it from 242,000 down to the 111,000.
Sorry, Councilor Ntoski, any other questions?
Well, thank you. I'm still trying to get some clarification in terms of what we're really, what are we asking for, and if you're asking for a reduction in taxes so we can understand what we're voting on.
Okay, I think Councilor Carpenter has a couple questions for you.
So they reduced the value of the vacant lot with the debris on it still, right, from the fire. The fire happened in 2016, yeah, winter 2016, I remember it. How are you, by the way?
Good, thank you.
So they reduced the taxes that Pat, on an empty lot that still hadn't been all the demolished debris removed yet. So they valued it as if it was a clean, empty lot. Would that be correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know whether there's a distinction between a clean empty lot or just a vacant piece of property. They've provided me with comparable values of other properties with vacant lots that are vacant lots and the values on those properties. So
I'm just trying to understand, a vacant lot with debris on it's worth $110,000. If it's got when the house is, then the next year when the house is on, it's $115. Well, the house wasn't occupied in 2018. That's the issue.
I don't have that paper, but sorry.
One copy.
So in 2018, when the house was finished and became occupancy was March 1st of 2018.
Yes.
They added an additional $274,000 just for the structure that was built on the property. So that would have been added to the $116,000 for the vacant land value for 2018.
So they add the value of the house, $274 plus the vacant land, making it
$390,000. Wow. The total value of the house they've placed at $424,000.
Is there any other houses on that street valued at $390? I don't think so.
I'm not aware of that.
No, I think we should be looking at what the values of the house are on the other street, reducing that value to whatever they're I think there's a...
So do we have any other questions? And I think we're at the question part for Mrs. Meisel. So Councillor Wall, do you have a question?
Can we just get clarification then? What the constituent, is requesting is above and beyond what we're going to be voting on next. So a motion would have to be put on the floor to do something.
That's my understanding. What's on the floor right now is reducing the value of the taxes for 2017 down to $1,551.61.
So just for clarification purposes, then, can you put a dollar figure and then, so essentially you're asking for $1,500.
No, I'm asking to drop the half,
No.
half.
If you don't
You
mind.
might be asking for an additional $750 reduction.
So we're talking about $750.
In addition, yes, exactly.
Is that correct, Ms. Meisel, that you wanted to, it's $1,500 now and you'd like it reduced by another $750? Is that correct?
Yes, 700 half.
712?
Yes, half, yeah.
Okay. All right.
So when the time comes.
And
All right. Does anybody have any other questions for Ms. Meisel? If not, thank you very much, ma'am. We'll be dealing with this in a minute. So you can take your seat again. So I'll ask for a second time, are there any members of the public in attendance who wish to speak to any of the items that are on the report. I'll ask for a third and final time. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this particular item? Seeing none, I believe, Councillor Martin, you have a motion to put the item on the floor.
Yes, I move, seconded by Councillor McCurry, application for cancellation, reduction of taxes, refund of taxes under sections 357 and 358 of the Municipal Act 2001, or the increase of taxes under section 359. Financial impact, $30,528.41.
Sorry, the seconder of that?
Councillor McCurry was the seconder.
Right, okay. All right, so I believe Councillor Antosky, you put your hand up?
Thank you.
We're on the discussion on the motion, so.
I'd like to make an amendment. If there's discussion first, I'd like to make an amendment.
Okay, is there anybody else that wants to make any comment before we take an amendment? Okay. Amendment.
I'd like to move that somebody's got to do the math for me, $1,351.61. Is that right, Pat? The 1551, was the ask not the 1551 plus the 750?
No, it's half of the 1551.61 is what they would be asking for.
Okay.
It'd be an additional $775.80.
Okay, so that an additional $775.80 be
In terms of reduction.
reduced.
You have that, Matt?
Got that, Charlene, thank you.
750.80, is that the number? And which year is it
12
specific?
Beverly.
12 Beverly, all right. And for which tax year? It's,
So that'll change the resolution to be from that $40,032.22 to $40,808.02.
okay, so is that what you wanted, Councillor Antosky? All right, so it's moved by yourself and second by Councillor Carpenter. Councillor Carpenter, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, most members of the community will remember this fire on Beverly Street in the middle of winter. With the community fire, the family was roofed from the house in the middle of the night and lost all their belongings, and the community come together to help them and assist them. This is just another way for us to make sure that they're made whole.
Councillor Martin, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, question through you to Pat. This house has been rebuilt by the insurance company, I'm assuming?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't verify how.
But the house has been rebuilt and...
The house has been rebuilt.
They've moved back in?
And it's occupied, yes.
Okay, I won't support the further reduction. The removal of the garbage should have been paid for by the insurance company. They would have had to demolish whatever needed to be demolished and rebuild. So there's no financial hardship to the homeowner. It should have all been covered by insurance.
All right, but we have the amendment on the floor, 750. Councillor Wall and then Councillor Sluss. Sorry. We don't have any further amendments, so I'll go to Councillor Sluss. I think you've got your hand up next. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pat, what happens in this coming year then?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So in 2018, when that value of the new home was added, it was taxed at that value, the 274 plus the 116. In 2019, the full value of the home and the land was taxed again at the residential rate. And in 2020, the value of the home is $424,000, and it will be taxed at the city's residential tax rate in 2020.
So there's no reduction in tax then beyond the reduction this evening?
None.
Okay, thank you.
So any further discussion on the amendment? We'll call the vote on the amendment.
The amendment to item 5.1, application for cancellation, reduction, and refund of taxes, carried on a recorded vote of 10 to 1. Those voting in favor of the amendment, Councillors Vandersteldt, Sluss, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis. Those voting opposed, Councillor Martin.
All right, so we have the main motion's been amended. Any discussion on the motion as amended? Seeing none, I'll call the vote on the amended resolution.
Item 5.1, application for cancellation, reduction, and refund of taxes, as amended, carried unanimously on a recorded vote. Those voting in favor, Councillors Vandersteldt, Sluss, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Thank you. And now at Section 6, recognition of events. There are no events we're recognizing this month, so we'll move into proclamations. I understand, Councillor Wall, you've got the Paper Reduction Month proclamation. If you could please move that item.
Paper Reduction Month, January 2020. Whereas the Corporation of the City of Brantford is a large consumer of paper, and whereas technological solutions exist to allow reduced paper usage and moving to a new building with less storage space demands that staff and council keep fewer paper files, and whereas the production of paper contributes to air, water, and land pollution, contributes approximately 1% of the global GHG emissions, and removes trees which absorb carbon, therefore furthering its climate change impact. And whereas Paper Reduction Month is being held in January as a part of the City of Brantford 2020 Environmental Awareness Campaign to raise awareness about environmental issues and the city's Climate Change Action Plan. And whereas the city will make a concentrated effort to reduce paper consumption during Paper Reduction Month and beyond, and will encourage citizens and businesses to also participate in reducing their paper consumption. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the City of Brantford hereby proclaims January 2020 as Paper Reduction Month in the City of Brantford.
Thank you, Councillor Wall. Any discussion on the proclamation? Seeing none? Oh, yes, Councillor Wall.
One of the first things when I got elected that I noticed was how much paper was being used. And I noticed the irony of a very jam-packed council meeting. I have paper all over my desk. Staff have worked really hard on putting together an incredible action plan for the city for the year of 2020. And one thing that I want to just make note of in the proclamation that we've just read is that the city, as a business and a corporation, is going to do everything it can to do this. But we are challenging local organizations and local businesses to do the same. So for anybody who might want a copy of this, to contact the city, and maybe you can put this into place in your home, in your workplaces, and the organizations that you volunteer.
So any further discussion, read the proclamation? Not, call the vote. Oh, seconder, Councillor Wall? Councillor Antosky? All right. Call the vote on the proclamation.
The proclamation for Paper Reduction Month for January 2020 carried unanimously on a recorded vote. Those voting in favor, Councillors Vandersteldt, Sluss, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
All right, so we'll now move, before moving to presentation delegations, in keeping with Council's desire to streamline the process we follow, I'm asking members of Council if there are any items contained within committee reports, items 11.1, 11.2, 11.3, and 11.4, and resolutions, items 12.1, 12.2, and 12.3, that the Council wishes to separate for discussion purposes. I can confirm that the following items will automatically be separated for discussion purposes. 11.319, the resolution declaring a climate emergency and imperative climate action. 12.1, the resolution from a special in-camera City Council meeting held December 3rd, 2019 regarding offer to purchase vacant city-owned land, Sherwood Drive. 12.2, resolution from special in-camera City Council meeting held December 3rd, 2019 regarding unsolicited offer to purchase 522 Shellard Lane. 12.3, resolution from special in-camera City Council meeting held December 3rd, 2019 regarding presentation of an offer concerning 180 Greenwich Street. 11.3.14, affordable housing, as there are delegations in attendance to speak to this item. 11.1.7, donations to the Brantford Food Bank and Christmas baskets, as this item requires a 2/3 vote, as the item references the corporate contingency fund. So, members of council, are there any other items contained within the committee reports that you'd like separated for discussion purposes? Councillor Van Tilburg.
12.3? That is separated?
Yeah, 12.3 has
Okay,
been separated. Yes, it has.
12.3, just making sure.
All right. Sorry, Councillor McCurry.
Mayor, your indulgence, if I recall correctly, the 3 land sales that we're doing tonight with proceeds to Affordable Housing Reserve Funds, that doesn't have to be separated tonight, that can wait till tomorrow?
I think in any event, we want to separate. It may well be, if we run out of time, that we'll end up deferring it until tomorrow. That's correct. It's not absolutely imperative we deal with that tonight.
We'll let it lay, though. Thank you.
We'll deal with that later. So, but they are dealt with separately, because they have to. So, Councillor Martin.
Yeah, I'd like to separate 11.2.3, 11.2.4, and 11.3.1.
And 11.31?
Yep.
Okay. Anyone else want anything separated? For the second and final time, anybody else want anything separated? All right, so, Councillor McCurry, if you could please move a motion then to approve all the items contained within the committee reports that have not been separated for discussion purposes.
So moved, seconded by Councillor Martin.
All right. So I will ask the clerk to read the title of the items that are subject to this vote and are not being dealt with separately.
Okay, so those items that have not been separated for discussion and that are subject to this vote for approval under the Committee of the Whole Community Development Report 2019-1203, 11.1.1, application for zoning bylaw amendment PZ 1219, 432 Mount Pleasant Road. Item 11.1.2, City of Brantford Film Policy and Strategy. Item 11.1.3, application for zoning bylaw amendment, removal of a holding H provision, PZ 1119, 422 Mount Pleasant Road. 11.1.4, extension to a draft approved plan of subdivision 29T 04508, 101 Burkett Lane and 371 Erie Avenue. 11.1.5, official plan review, project update. 11.16, Brantford Cultural Advisory Committee report regarding the Brantford Public Library Children's Area Mural Project. Under the Social Services Committee report 2019-1204. Item 11.2.1, updates to the Housing Services Act 2011, including approval of an asset limits policy. Item 11.2.2, smoke-free living policy for municipal housing. Under Committee of the Whole Operations and Administration Committee report 2019-1210. Item 11.3.2, 2020 to 2027 landfill site operations contract tender award. 11.3.3, Empire Communities Limited, Winfield West 7C subdivision agreement. 11.3.4, Empire Communities Limited, Winfield West 6B Stage 2 subdivision agreement. 11.35, location of underground utilities contract management. 11.3.6, agreement to suppress locate requests. 11.3.7, Spring Street and Jarvis Street traffic control review. 11.3.8, Mohawk Lake and Mohawk Canal Cleanup and Rehabilitation Project Report. 11.3.9, Fit for Work Human Resources Policy. 11.3.10, Temporary borrowings for the municipality. 11.3.11, Amendment to Bylaw 179. One moment, please. Sorry, there is a correction on 11.3.11 in the title. It is not a bylaw to amend bylaw 179-2017. It's actually a bylaw to amend 70-2010. It still relates to a repeal and replace of the corporate policy 042 regarding the acquisition and disposition of interest lands policy. It's just simply a wrong reference to a bylaw in the title. Nothing else changes within that item. 11.3.12, temporary road closure, December 2019. 11.3.13, Human Resources Committee Report 2019-1203A regarding Human Resources Policy Update. 11.3.15, Brantford Brant Ontario Health. 11.3.16, Large Media Files. 11.3.17, Request for Lead Service Replacement Grant Program. 11.3.18, Motion to amend something previously adopted, Clause B of Item 13 of Committee of the Whole Operations and Administration Committee Report regarding Human Resources 016, Hiring Policy for General Manager and other identified positions. Item 11.4, Special Committee of the Whole Operations Administration Committee Report 12-1219. Item 11.4.1, Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program Green Infrastructure Stream. 11.4.2, Traffic Bylaw 3783, Amendment Lane Designation. 11.4.3, 2019 to 20 Winter Operations Planning Document. 11.4.4, High Water Bill Adjustment Policy. 11.4.5, Brantford Police Services Facility Review. 11.4.6, Southwest Task Force Terms of Reference. 11.4.7, Non-Resident Fees for Parks and Recreation Services. Those are all of the items that are subject to the vote of items that were not separated for discussion.
All right, I'll call the vote then on the items that have not been separated.
All of the items that I just read carried unanimously on, or not unanimously, carried on a recorded vote of 10-1. Those voting in favor, Councillors Vanderstelts, Sless, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis. Those voting opposed, Councillor Carpenter.
All right, so we'll now move into delegations. There's a couple of orders of items of business we have to follow through with before we actually call you forward for delegations. I'm required to remind you that we do follow the rules of parliamentary procedure, which are encouraged to facilitate respectful debate, focusing on the issues at hand rather than personalities. And so there's a couple of rules we have. No person shall display any sign, banner, or placard in the meeting room. I don't see any. All persons present in the meeting room shall use polite and respectful language and shall refrain from the use of any language or the making of gestures that are disrespectful or offensive. All persons addressing the committee shall speak only on the subject of debate and shall not speak to any other subject. No person shall applaud participants in the debate or engage in conversation or behavior that may disrupt the proceedings of the meeting. And lastly, if you have any phones, you can bring them in, but we ask that you turn them off so they don't ring in the middle of the meeting, which can be a little bit upsetting. And now we have to deal with a little bit of business here because, members of council, we do have 25 registered delegations to speak to the two items tonight, which is the affordable housing and the climate emergency resolution. Now, pursuant to our usual rules, we would only have 1 hour for all delegations, which, well, that would limit everybody to about 2 minutes. And we know since the printing of the delegation listing, delegates listed as 8.20 and 8.21, they've withdrawn their request to appear. So we now have 23 registered delegates. And so with 23 delegations, if we were sharing the time equally, that would be 2 minutes and 35 seconds for each person, including questions from members of council. And that probably is not the best way to handle this. We can change our rules. So I understand, Councillor McCreary, you have a motion to waive the rules to increase the total time permitted. And if you would move your...
Nothing gets by you, Mayor. Thank you very much. This is the one to waive the rules for time limit, seconded by Councillor Antosky. And it reads as follows, that section 15.6 point something of chapter 15 be waived to increase the 1 hour time to provide that each delegation will be permitted to speak for up to 5 minutes, inclusive of questions from members of council. The overall time limit for delegations from start to finish be limited to 2 hours. And Mayor, I'll speak very briefly to it. I'm sorry?
2 hours and 15 minutes?
2 hours.
All right.
Your copy must say something different, I think.
Yeah, it says 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Well, mine says, okay, well, we can have it your way. That's
right.
fine. It seems pretty unreasonable to not allow the folks that have come here tonight to have their say in a reasonable period of time. Lord knows no member of council can express himself clearly in 2.5 minutes. We can't very well expect that the public would be able to as well. And it'll give us a chance for some interaction as well. 2 minutes, you just can't do it. So this demonstrates a little more respect for those people that are so concerned about this issue and allows everybody to have a little bit of a say in it that's registered as a delegation. And will allow the members of council to interact a little better. So I would hope that everybody will support this tonight.
Yeah, actually, you were right. It is 2 hours. I apologize. You had the right, that's the right amount of time. 2 hours 15, that's what it is. So, any further discussion on this motion to waive the rules, Councilor Carpenter?
Yes, I agree with extending the time limit, but I think we should have extended the time limit for this resolution and this issue in general to go well beyond 3 weeks from time of inception to time of finalization. So an hour last week and an hour this week, it doesn't make a lot of sense for the subject. So I'm glad to support the extension here, but I think it should have been a lot more community involvement in this.
All right, any further discussion on the motion before us, remembering it requires a 2/3 vote? All right, I'll call the vote on this motion to extend the time.
The motion to waive the rules to grant additional time to consider or to hear from the delegations carried unanimously on a recorded vote. Those voting in favor, Councillors Vanderstelt, Celeste, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
All right, a couple of other items. Councillor McCreary, I understand you might have a second motion to, we had a request from Peter Scheer to speak for a second time, which does require a waiver of the rules.
Mayor, thank you. Yes, and it's seconded by Councillor Martin. That the same section of the same chapter be waived to permit Peter Scheer to speak a second time to the same item without having filed with the clerk a request to appear as delegation. And Mr. Scheer has been a pretty eloquent advocate for the retention of the Airedale Golf Course. And you may recall he appeared before us a week ago. And I believe at the time he said that he inadvertently left his materials behind and had to wing it, so to speak, and he did send all members of council a message in the last few days asking for a second kick at the cat, and I don't think it's unreasonable to allow that tonight.
Any further discussion on that? Reminder, it's a 2/3 vote. I'll call the vote.
The motion to waive the rules to permit a second speaking opportunity by Mr. Scheer carried on a recorded vote of 9-2. Those voting in favor, Councillors Vanderstelt, Celeste, Antosky, Wall, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis. Those voting opposed, Councillor Martin and Weaver. It did carry with the required 2/3 vote.
All right, there's one other matter. There was an additional delegation form from Del Bugner, and that was received, I believe, around noon hour, and they're supposed to be in by 9 a.m. deadline. If there's an appetite to hear from him, that would require a motion to waive the rules to permit a late delegation. Councillor Wall.
So moved.
All right. So you're moving that we receive and allow Mr. Bugner to speak to us tonight. All right, so it's moved by yourself. Do you have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Carpenter. Any discussion on that? I'll call the vote. Again, it's a 2/3 vote required.
Motion to waive the rules to add a late delegation carried unanimously on a recorded vote. Those voting in favor, Councillors Vanderstelt, Celeste, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis, with the required 2/3 vote.
All right, now that we've got that business out of the way, we can now proceed to hear 25 delegations. So the first delegate is Mark Steinecker. So if you please come forward, and if you would please state your name, and then you can commence your remarks after you push the button.
Your Worship, Mayor Davis, esteemed and honourable councillors, I am delighted to live in a democracy where I can come and participate, and I would like to thank you for extending the time, although I don't think I'm going to use it all, to allow everyone to speak well. That speaks well with the health of our City Council. Thank you. I am the Reverend Dr. Mark Steinecker, and I do not believe in climate change. I'm here to support the delegation. What, huh? I do not believe in climate change is what you say if you're opposed to the idea. What I'm saying is I do not believe in climate change. I do not believe because climate change science is not part of a belief system. It is a matter of established scientific fact. Climate change scientists draw on the one estimate that I find most reliable is 26,000 different streams of data to come to their conclusions. There's a wide range of things. They interlock. They all overlap. In the Academy, the big thing with us is can people reproduce your results? And a recent examination of the 17 most common climate change models that are applied since the year 2005 indicates that 14 of them their predictions were within statistically reliable measure of what actually occurred. And when you threw in changed presuppositions on the extent of CO2 emissions, the other ones fall into line. So it's not a matter of belief, it's a matter of fact. I'm just going to go through this quickly. I'm not trying to brag. I'm just trying to establish that I'm not a Luddite, and I'm not some kind of tree-hugging freak that wants to go back to the 1740s. I graduated 4 times from the University of Toronto, the top-rated university in the country. I've earned a doctorate in history. The U of T is one of only 6 universities in the world where every single department is ranked in the top. So you get a degree there, you're getting a good degree. I'm one of the first to apply chaos complexity theory to the humanities. And if I had 3 hours, I could try and explain it to you, but I'm not going to. I've also done computer-assisted linguistic analysis. I set up the online education system for Tyndale Seminary, which is Canada's largest theological seminary. So I love computers, I love science. I'm not a Luddite. I don't believe in climate science. I know it to be a fact. Butterfly effect. I could go on about this, but if you've ever seen the movies Sliding Doors with Gwyneth Paltrow, Jurassic Park, or Men in Black 3, all 3 of those, the plot line is predicated on the butterfly effect, which is essentially, Edward Lorenz was a meteorologist who in the 1960s was trying to figure out why weather, which is short-term, is so unpredictable when climate, which is long-term, is predictable. And he came up with an essay that the title of which was Tornadoes in Texas Because of Butterflies in Brazil. It's a complex thing. Again, if I had 4 hours, I could probably explain it to you. But just to say that what he came up with was an understanding of why 5-day forecasts are no more statistically reliable now than they were in the 1930s. And that's despite the fact that we have many more observation points and the equipment we are using for observations are much more precise and accurate. Despite that, I mean, have you tried to plan a vacation with a 5-day weather forecast? It doesn't work. But, well, the 680 News weather guarantee works because 1-day forecasts are usually extremely accurate, and they can go for months on end without missing the call because of the fact that there's fewer factors involved and they can make a good prediction. I'm going to ask you not to listen to doomsayers on either side, the extremes. It's easy to get caught up in the people who say, climate change is going to ruin the economy. I don't know if you saw the item the CBC posted yesterday. 1 minute left? Okay. But Jason Kenney's United Conservative Party figures submitted in their case against the federal government for climate change prove that it's not a drain on the economy. We're not beyond remediation. We're not all going to die by 2050. Just go quickly. Smokey the Carp says only you can prevent river fires. Remember the great 1969 river fire in Cuyahoga? Okay, forward. I was a climate change skeptic in the 90s, but I followed the evidence. And the bank of evidence is ever increasing. We're just a small player, but remember the butterfly effect. Many small inputs can create a massive outcome. You have a chance to be leaders. You can help build a useful database. This is not just window dressing. This is about taking action. It's going to become mandatory in the future anyway, and so we need to continue to educate ourselves. And my last statement will be, a week from tonight's Christmas Eve, do you want somebody who looks like I do to be revising the naughty and nice list? Thank you for
Thank you very much,
the opportunity.
Mr. Steiner. And I'll just perhaps, instead of me interrupting, saying you have 1 minute, but if you see my hand raised like this, it's telling you you've got 1 minute left, okay? So next up is Sujata Singh. I'm up. Yeah, just a reminder, the 5 minutes is inclusive of questions. So if you go less than 5, we can get some questions.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sujata Singh. I'm a resident of Brantford and a volunteer leader of the Climate Reality Project. So I'm here today to favor the declaration of climate emergency because I feel our world is at risk, at threat, because the reasons and my PowerPoint presentation will support what my reasoning is for requesting for that. And my request is to declare climate emergency and take some action to mitigate the effects. So we have, even the scientists agreed, and I don't have to elaborate on that. My previous speaker has said a lot. Canada's climate has warmed and will warm further in the future, driven by human influence. And it is projected that under low emission, it will go up to 2 degrees, but under high emission, it will reach over 6 degrees Celsius. And both past and future warming has shown that Canada has actually doubled the magnitude of global warming. And the oceans surrounding Canada have warmed, become more acidic and less oxygenated. So this is our atmosphere. You see how thin it is. And if you take a model of the globe and put a layer of shellac on it, that is how thin our atmosphere is. And into this thin layer of our atmosphere, we are spewing 110 million tons of GHGs every 24 hours, like an open sewer. So, and we can see worldwide extreme weather catastrophes, which is everyone is observant. We have extreme temperatures, droughts, fires, floods, mudslides, and storms. As you can see, it was on an upward trend. And 18 of the 19 hottest years on record have occurred since the year 2001. And I think we can all feel that. And the 5 more hottest years has been the last 5 years, with 2016 being the hottest year. The annual temperatures in Canada also has shown deviation, and since the 1950s, the temperature has risen by 1.5 degrees Celsius. Even rainfall, this graph shows you the anomalies. So the blue bars show you the more rain than average, and as you can see from the late 1970s, it has again been on an upward trend. And to remind us of what can happen with tremendous rainfall, we have flooding as Huntsville and Bracebridge, which were not long ago, just this year. And we can remember Brantford last year with the flooding and ice jam, and we had a flash flood in Ottawa in October 2017. Now, on the other side of the spectrum, we have the droughts, which are the extreme dry conditions. This is an October 2017 map. As you can see, Ontario, the southern part, we had abnormally dry conditions. Now, this is just a visual to show you what the extreme drought conditions look like. Now, hotter years also have more fires, and we have seen with the higher temperatures, the incidences of fires have gone up. And we have Professor Flanagan of University of Alberta saying that, the amount of land burned has doubled since 1970s, and he expects it's going to quadruple. And it's quite clear, he says, it is human-caused climate change. So while these are tangible effects, which you can see, the intangible effects are the climate change impact on a food supply, on a water, on a global health, and any disruptions of these systems can lead to political or societal instability. So thinking of all this, there is a connection, and that connection, when you see any scientific journal or report, these are not coincidences, but they show you the actual challenges to our world. So seeing this and understanding the situation, we have a very clear choice. So these are just a paper representation of what a world will look like. So if you have low emission, the one on the left, which has minimizes future warming, and if it's on the right, when you have inaction, it results in catastrophic and irreversible levels of warming. So what are we doing about it as individuals? And what is the city of Brantford doing for the safety of its residents and for the future of the community? And more than 460 Canadian municipalities have declared climate emergency. So what about Brantford? The clock is ticking. Thank you.
Councillor McCurry, I think you had your hand up.
Mayor, thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Can you tell us one thing you would like us to do that we can debate in January and put into effect in 2020?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
Can you tell us one idea that you have for us which we can debate here in the council chamber next month and put into action in 2020?
What about electrified buses?
Thank you.
I think we have time for one more question, if anybody's got any questions. Not? Thank you very much, Ms. Singh. So next up, we have two people, Judy Jacuis and Caitlin Parody. Sorry if I mispronounced your surnames.
Thank you so much. We are here today speaking in favor of the motion to declare a climate emergency for the city of Brantford. My name is Judy Jacobs, and I am a concerned Brantford resident and business owner.
My name is Caitlin Parody. I'm a resident of Brantford, as well as an architecture and environmental studies student at the University of Waterloo. When the action to declare a climate emergency in Brantford was voted unanimously in favor of in November, I was so proud of the city for promising to do its part in reducing our impact on the planet. I'm disappointed, however, that this measure is being questioned further when all the scientific facts and public concerns were presented by the enormous show of support the first time around. The effects of climate change are no longer an issue for hypothetical children down the line to deal with, as we find our annual temperatures on the rise and storms, droughts, and fires increasing in intensity and frequency. These are extreme climate patterns that go beyond some occasionally weird weather, but affect entire ecosystems and all of us here today of all socioeconomic backgrounds and beliefs. Every action taken with climate change in mind makes a statement to the rest of the world regarding where our priorities lie. In fact, by prioritizing the environment, most of the time we are benefiting the health of our communities as well, be it with increased public transit, bike lanes, supporting local farmers and businesses, cleaning up tributaries, composting, affordable environmentally friendly housing. These are all logical solutions that work and put the environment and our communities first. I hope Council continues on this path to act urgently and make a statement that you care about the people of Brantford and all of our futures.
All this being said, our concern as Brantford residents is where exactly do the Council's priorities lie in this matter? We're here again a month later, debating this same issue again and presenting the same concerned views. The residents of Brantford deserve better than what happened on November 12th, where supposedly the council unanimously agreed that the climate emergency would be a good first step to educate and lead by example. Instead, the council seemingly went back on its word to the community, didn't feel the need to alert the public at that time that the decision wasn't really unanimous that evening, and under council rules, there was still a final vote needed. And given the headline in the Brantford Expositor on November 14th, it certainly seems that most residents probably aren't even aware that this measure never really passed the council at all. So where is the transparency in our city government when even the local newspaper has the headlines wrong? There's not one word in this article of any additional vote needing to be taken. The question is now, when will the council step up and stop wasting our time and resources? Some of you asked delegations who presented in November, what can the city do right now to start making a difference? The first thing the city can do is to pass this resolution as it stands, not watered down with amendments, not weakened by lack of action, not ignored by those who sit in complacency. We need to address these issues now, and we need a council and a mayor who are transparent in their actions for the good of our future, not a governing body with hidden agendas. The citizens of Brantford will find a way to make a difference to do our part in the global issues with or without your support. But our voices would be much stronger with the weight of our city leaders behind us as well. You can choose to ignore this matter, or you can debate it until it just all goes away. But be assured the residents of the city are watching each of you, and this issue isn't going away anytime soon. There will never be a perfect plan, and this is an emergency, and we have to take action to start somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. We got time for questions. Councillor Wall.
Thank you so much for coming out and giving your presentation. I want to clarify, based on your question, the meeting that was stated in the newspaper was a committee of the whole meeting, while what we're at today is a council meeting. November was a tremendously busy month for activity, and the agenda didn't get completed. So the reason that this is back on the agenda now is simply to ratify. There's still time for debate and discussion, but the traditional procedure is 3
So do we have a question coming up,
Yeah,
Councillor Wall?
so it wasn't declared. It was a mistake, perhaps, to have stated that. I want to follow up on Councillor McCurry's question to the past delegate, what's something that you've seen in another community that they're doing that we can debate in January at council? A climate change action.
Well, I still would go back to the fact that this is the first action that everybody should be taking, and this is the first step. And realizing that there are 1,001 solutions that we could have to this problem, the more we speak about them, the bigger it becomes, and the more wider the opportunities are, and also the more complex it becomes. So the first step we need to do is take a baby step, and we do need to declare this.
You're here.
Councilor Weaver, got time for one quick question. Councilor McCurry, did you, quick.
Mayor, thank you. Could you list just one of the 1,001 so that we can get started?
I think composting would be great. That's a
Home
pretty-
composting, backyard composting? We
or
do that now,
municipal-
yeah.
No, but like municipally
Community-wide?
directed green bin.
Green
that
bin,
kind of
thank you. Yep,
All
we're
right.
on that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you very much coming out tonight.
Thank you so
Talk
much
to
for
us.
hearing us.
So next up, we have Miles Posey, Brantford Brant NDP. Miles. So again, if you could just state your full name for the record, and then, so if you could state your full name and maybe pronounce it correctly.
Council, I apologize. On the paperwork, I just had my name. I hope it's appropriate that the rest of my delegation accompanies me as well.
Yep, that's fine. Just, we understand that there's 5 minutes, so try and, measure it out.
Yeah, we've spent a lot of time trying to whittle this thing down, so.
Right. So you just have to say everybody's name, and then I'll hit the button.
Okay, so this is Edward, he's a Laurier student. This is Josh, who's also a Laurier student. And we have Michaela, who is a teacher at Russell Reed.
Great.
Okay. Good evening, Council. The Brantford Brant NDP EDA is here to advocate in favor of the climate declaration, not only as good environmental policy, but also as sound economic policy as well.
In 2011, the Ontario government published a 251-page climate policy guide for municipal governments like this one. This guide provides detailed instructions for carrying out threat and risk assessments in southwestern Ontario municipalities like this one. It includes step-by-step action plans that fit the actions called for in Councillor Antosky's resolution. It includes detailed accounts and case studies of procedures and other cities have used. It is an exhaustively comprehensive resource, a climate change policy manual specifically for municipal governments like this one. There were concerns voiced by city councillors last time that this was up, that the actions of the resolution would be costly, but much of the work has already been done, including ideas for policy. On the subject of finance, the guide also provides detailed accounts of significant financial losses incurred as a result of all city government inaction. For example, the city of Stratford paying out almost $8 million in a class action lawsuit launched by property holders, where it was found that the city did not take proper action to prevent damage from extreme flooding. Extreme flooding is a type of climate disaster that we'll see more of as the average global temperature continues to rise. In 2018, the city of Brantford lost $4.5 million in just one of the floods that happened that year. The sum will look like peanuts compared to the collective cost of legal action against city government abdicating their duty to Brantford citizens, resulting in property damage. This body is liable for that. Passing and investing in the actions of the resolution will cost dramatically less than the economic damage the financial community unanimously agrees climate inaction will bring. I work at a bank. I speak with these people a lot. These subjects and many more are covered in depth in the 2011 report, which I have on a USB drive here for City Council.
If action is not taken now, the consequences will not be paid by you initially. They'll be paid by the business owners who will be disproportionately affected by this flooding in the coming years. An increasing flood risk will cause a surge in maintenance fees and insurance premiums that will drive investors away from Brantford. If we don't act now, the infrastructural damage will become severe, the result of which will halt commerce into the downtown core. Ultimately, inaction will cause our economy to not only be stunted, but will throw it into a pit darker than the one that defined the 90s.
So I'd like you to think of this, the three prongs of this declaration as a three-legged stool. If one of the legs is removed, the stool itself is rendered largely useless. In this declaration, the city will officially acknowledge that that we do have a global climate crisis and commit to acting by pledging to become carbon neutral by 2050, which is a widely accepted global standard. B, it will set up a framework of accountability so citizens will be able to easily gauge the city's progress on their commitment in the same way you would during a budgeting process. C, finally, the city will implement a communication strategy to better educate citizens on how climate change affects them and how they can be a part of the solution. This itself could help provide low-cost, citizen-driven solutions for the city to become carbon neutral. That is the extent of the resources that this declaration commits council to spending, and it can easily become a fruitful investment. We can no longer continue with our penny-wise, dollar-foolish strategy, and we must become a part of the growing chorus of communities that are taking the necessary steps to ensure a sustainable future.
As a parent and a teacher, I want to advocate for the impact of the future of our youth and children yet to come. As you consider the motion to declare a climate emergency, I want you to consider the cost to our youth in the years ahead. My colleagues have explained the high financial costs of inaction by this body. I see this cost being downloaded to my children and grandchildren. This is unacceptable. Our children need you to make the changes they cannot. Our youth are already showing leadership on climate change, and they are begging our elected leaders to take action. The decisions you make today will ripple ahead and impact their future. How will your voice be remembered? Will they acknowledge the actions you took long after you've left this office and these chambers? Or will they wonder why you didn't act when you had the chance? I encourage you to come together with other municipalities, empower local actions, and send a clear message to the provincial and federal governments that we on the front lines, in the homes and streets of the cities and towns across this country, are ready to fight climate change.
Last time this discussed, you looked the community in the eyes and voted yes. Procedures have forced this discussion to return now for a final vote. So please, keep your promise and don't let bureaucracy get in the way of democracy.
Thank you very much. Perfectly timed. So we'll call for the next, I believe we have, the fifth delegation would be John Mon. Yeah, John, I think it's Moan, is it? Yeah, so I'll blush and I'll apologize, so. Well, I wasn't there when you, I couldn't make it the day when you donated the money, so I apologize for that.
Well, it's already on, that's good. I find it a bit overwhelming to listen to all these scientists talking about climate change, and I'm still struggling with it because there have been 4 or 5 climate changes before, and nobody has ever been able to tell me, explain to me, why that happened. All those climate changes before resulted in the Arctic oceans being ice-free. However, just in case you think that I'm against climate change action, I'm totally for climate change action because not doing anything is just too troublesome to contemplate. But this is also the time of Christmas is coming. And I thought we needed something more promising. And one of my famous Christmas carols, what's the word, not famous? The one that I like most. I had to rewrite it a little bit because I wanted it to remain religion neutral. But in your mind, you can hum along if you wish. Don't rest ye, ladies and gentlemen. Let nothing us dismay. For you can be our Savior on this important day. To save us from climate change's power, you must not go astray, but bring tidings of comfort and joy. Comfort and joy. Yes, tidings of comfort and joy. Tonight's vote must be clear. You must resolve climate change is an emergency. An emergency implies urgency. Now is the time, not tomorrow. All the council is here. Brantford, run for council because you all thought, without exception, that you could make a positive difference. This evening, you will be called upon again to prove this. But declaring climate change is an emergency is not enough. It must be followed by positive action, by a positive action plan that sets targets and dates of implementation. Politicians just love to say what they would like to accomplish by the year 2029. And that means to me they have no plans of implementing it whatsoever. I want to know what we, and I'm including myself, are going to do now. My own contribution has been now well known. The next year, May 22nd, Earth Day, the first of about 25 trees funded by me will be planted. That's 25 trees in addition to what normally would be planted. I have proved my sense of urgency. Now it is up to you, with your votes tonight, to prove yours. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any questions? Thank you very much. We very much appreciate you coming up for a second week to talk to us. So delegate number 6, Erica.
It's really weird looking up here now. I'm always sitting, so. Hi, America. Thank you. When I first heard that the decision to declare climate emergency was back up for debate, I was confused. Then I remembered that the political process is often a slow one. Through the Eco Club at PJ, I've learned the importance of perseverance. If at first you don't succeed, try again. What the declaration of climate emergency does is ensure action, which I think is what we're all after. We need to become more proactive in protecting our environment, and that begins and ends with slowing the impacts of climate change. That means reducing Brantford's carbon footprint as a whole. Not pointing fingers at each other, but encouraging everyone to genuinely do the best they can to fight climate change. You all heard the pitch to ban plastic straws from Russell Reed. You know there are people in the city like Chuck Beach willing to plant thousands of trees, and there are many more ways to make Brantford more green. But that all depends on your decision today. The declaration that's been signed by over 11,000 scientists shows us that our Earth is facing a climate emergency. Should not only be enough proof for you, but enough motivation for everybody in this room tonight to do what they can to reduce their carbon footprints. What are the odds that 11,000 of the world's most intelligent people, experts, and their decades of research are simply wrong about climate change? We know that the ocean temperature is rising. We know there are more forest fires. We know that our Earth is becoming less livable. We've heard it all already. I have no other stance or power but to ask and plead with you all to declare a climate emergency in Brantford. I beg everyone here to please choose the right side of history and commit to action, not just for yourselves, but for those who come after us. An Aboriginal proverb says, "You do not inherit the land from your ancestors. You borrow it from your children." And I believe that's the most evocative, effective way to get people to listen. There will be no future if we simply turn our heads and ignore the impending effects of climate change, which we are getting a glimpse of now. The time to act was yesterday. Now more than ever, we need actions more than words. Consistency. No one can do everything, but everyone can do something. And please do that something tonight. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions for Councillor Carpenter?
Erica, thanks for coming.
Happy to be here.
So when you first read the paper, did you think that it passed all right?
When I was here last time, just watching, I thought it had passed. I didn't know it was coming back to council until a couple of days ago.
You didn't know that it was deferred for amendments?
No, I had no idea. I'm still new to all this
Okay.
politics stuff.
Yeah, and I want to thank the Eco Club that had the presentation on Friday. That's an annual thing, isn't it, not?
Yeah, every year.
Yeah, and you send out the invite to all members of council? Because I know that Councilor Toski and I attend pretty regular, but I'm not sure whether the rest of the council.
I don't know who sends out the invites. I just kind of help organize and be in it.
Okay.
So, not sure about that.
It's quite a large class that's involved in this. The whole school is involved in this, are they not?
We try and contribute, we get contributions from everybody if possible.
Thank you for what you're doing.
No worries.
Any other questions? If not, thank you, Veronica.
Thank you.
So next up, Kristen Lowe. So you just have to state your full name and then carry on.
Sego, Skanagagawa. My name is Kristen. I am born and raised Brantfordian. I respect the land that I am on, and I respect the ancestors before me who have lent us this land, the beautiful Turtle Island. We do not own Mother Earth. We're here merely a short while, and every single one of us must do our due diligence, regardless of those who have otherwise ignorantly forgotten. This land is priceless. We are the most destructive species on Earth. Resources must be used and will always be needed to use to protect this planet. I have here an autobiography written by an 11-year-old from Centennial Grand Woodlands located here in Brantford. The students were asked to write about what they would do if they could change the world. This 11-year-old student wrote, "I would change the pollutions and make the world purely clean. I would give all the poor people money so they could fix their homes and we all live equally." I think we all know someone young, whether it be a grandchild, a child, niece, nephew, cousin. We all hope that our young loved ones can grow up comfortably and be able to follow their dreams. Now, what if I told you that that 11-year-old was me, and I wrote this in 1999? 20 years later, we're still sitting here, and we're not going anywhere. So aside from personalization, let's chat facts. According to climate.nasa.gov, ancient evidence found in ice cores, tree rings, ocean sediments, etc., reveal that current warming trends are occurring 10 times faster than the average rate of an ice age recovery. Further evidence states that 95% or more of this is due to human activity. So let's put this into a hypothetical breakdown with numbers provided from 2016 statistics. As published by the Union of Concerned Scientists, Canada ranked 4th in CO2 emissions per capita. That's 4th in the world with 14.9 metric tons. Further stats state that Ontario has 1/4 of the entire country's population, which would then hypothetically mean that Ontario is responsible for 1/4 of that 14.9 metric tons. 1/4 of 14.9 is 3.725. 3.725 metric tons is what's responsible for the province of Ontario. That's more than double the entire country of India, with 1.7 tons emitted per capita in 2016. According to the census in 2016, Brantford had a population of 98,000, with a minimum 2% growth each census, and that doesn't include surrounding communities. Today we sit here and we represent more than 100,000 people. It's foolish to think that now isn't the time for change. With Brantford being one of the fastest growing cities in the country, we should be stepping up and implementing new programs and regulations that reflect this declaration. We need to set a standard. It starts from the top down. We, the people, have a right to a clean future. We have a right to transparency, and it is the city's responsibility to lead the way. Yahweh.
Thank you, Kristen. Any questions for Kristen? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Got answers.
Next up, Bella Fox.
Hello, my name is Bella Fox. I am a student at Russell Reed Elementary School and a member of the Student Climate Action Group, The Future. What have we done in the future? At our school, we have lobbied the city of Brantford to ban plastic straws, completed schoolyard cleanups, hosted a rally at our school, and this year we brought in a guest speaker to talk about climate change to our peers. We also did single-use plastic water bottle audits. Why should Brantford declare a climate emergency? It's important to declare a climate emergency because the changing climate is already affecting Brantford. The city will see significant future savings by investing now. Climate change has a significant health impact on our citizens, and if all the cities and towns treat climate change as a threat, together we can make a big difference in my future. The changing climate is already affecting Brantford. Climate change is already affecting Brantford with floods, damage to trails and riverbanks from erosion, and damage to roads due to extreme weather. The city will see significant future savings by investing now. Investing in sustainable energy will allow city buildings to generate their own energy or produce and sell energy back to the grid. As fuel costs and the costs of emitting carbon increases, the city could see significant savings by not having to pay those costs. By investing in waste diversion and waste reduction programs, the city could prolong the life of the current landfill site, a significant savings over building a new one. Climate change has a significant health impact on our citizens. Poor air quality affects people with asthma, like me, and people with other respiratory illnesses. The elderly are at a significant risk from extreme weather events, including heat waves and cold snaps. Homeless people and people without air conditioning or reliable heat require shelters and cooling centers to survive extreme weather events. Added effects on health increases ambulance calls and demands on our hospital and healthcare system. If all cities and towns treat climate change as a threat, together we can make a big difference in my future. We can make it so that I don't have to bear the burden of worrying about the planet dying. We can make my future greener and more sustainable. Reducing single-use plastic, cutting back on our carbon emissions, and protecting green spaces makes everyone's futures brighter. Protecting fragile ecosystems is key to our survival. We can go extinct and the world will carry on. But if the bees go, we are doomed. Thank you for your time and for letting me speak here tonight.
Thank you, Bill. I think we have a couple of questions for you. About some time, Councillor Weaver.
Thank you. Well done, Bella. Your class will be very proud of you. Can you tell me what a plastic water bottle audit is?
It's like counting the plastic water bottles and presenting about them.
Are you just checking to see how many there are in the school, in the class?
Yes, in the school.
Maybe we should do an audit here at council tonight. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Antosky, was that toasting or do you have a question?
Thanks for coming to present, Bella. Were you nervous?
Yeah.
You did a great job, and I think Councillor Weaver is correct. Your classmates and your school will be very proud of you. We're wondering, we're going to need some help with this, and certainly the youth are who we really have to have in mind for this. So will the future be willing to help us with some of the actions and help us with other schools and roll some of these easier things out?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Fox. I guess that's the questions. We very much appreciate you coming out tonight to talk to us about this very important resolution.
Thank you.
So the last delegate we have regarding the climate emergency is the 9th delegate, Tom Sitek.
Thank you very much. My name is Tom Sitek. I'm an environmental science teacher at Pauline Johnson Collegiate. I have been for 30 years. This is the most important issue of our time. Never before have humans had the technology and hence the capability to study the planet Earth's intricate ecological systems. And never before has there been such an enormous consensus amongst the world's scientists about an impending global environmental crisis. As the leaders of our community, I urge you, I beg you, to do the right thing. Climate change is upon us. You have to listen to the science. It is not wrong. It is based on decades of research, collecting quantitative data that has been analyzed and peer-reviewed by professionals who spend their entire lives hypothesizing and using the scientific method to get to the truth. There is a wise analogy that a frog immersed in gradually heating water will fail to notice the creeping temperature change in its circumstances, even as it's literally being boiled alive. This is what is currently happening to many living organisms. However, there is one fundamental difference between climate change and what is happening to the frog, and that is we are being warned. So listen to the science. Globally, 20 of the hottest years on record have occurred in the last 22 years. From 1980 to 2009, there has been an 80% increase in climate-related disasters. And we are paying dearly for this in emergency services, cleanup, rebuilding, and insurance costs. These are trends we cannot ignore. The hard truth is we have to stop burning fossil fuels. With close to 8 billion humans on the planet, the amount of fossil fuel energy usage is astronomical, and carbon dioxide is the air pollution of this energy production. We are all consuming resources, all producing waste, and we are approaching the carrying capacity. We pay for our landfill waste. We pay for our water waste. It is now time that we pay for our atmospheric waste. So what can Brantford do to lower our carbon footprint quickly? First, you can change the building regulations to ensure all new builds and renovations are more energy efficient. Second, take a close look at how our city can improve public transit, including bus transportation and corridors for walking and biking. Third, protect and increase green space and support more tree planting. Fourth, invest in renewables and electric vehicles. I heard Chuck Beach say the last time I was here, when this issue was debated, that the city has the largest fleet of gasoline-burning vehicles and equipment compared to any other Brantford corporate emitter. I was very dismayed this week after reading about the outcome of the COP25 climate change conference of world leaders in Madrid. The major players, the developed countries who are spilling out the most air pollution, did not commit to the necessary CO2 reductions that are needed to limit the global temperature increase. The leaders of these countries are caught up in economic greed. It was a staggering failure of leadership. It was another lost opportunity to do what is right for humanity. I urge all of you in front of me who represent the people of Brantford, who have been elected in good faith to act in our best interests. Don't fail us. It is right to protect ecosystems, clean water, and clean air. It is right to safeguard all living organisms. It is right to use resources in a sustainable manner. It is right to treat the earth with respect. I suppose I have a philosophical difference of opinion with those who only see the economic benefits of continuing fossil fuel burning. But this capitalistic view is short-sighted and not sustainable. My belief in the preservation of the Earth's environment is rooted in a genuine respect for the air, the waters, and the soils that nourish life. I propose a more sustainable approach to the way we live. First Nations elders speak of how we must look 7 generations hence in all our actions. They advocate that when we walk upon Mother Earth, we plant our feet carefully, because we know the faces of future generations are looking up at us from beneath the ground. This spiritual prophecy holds tremendous value for all of us when looking forward. As a human species, it is imperative that we are good stewards of the Earth's environment. It will foster a healthy lifestyle and a sense of optimism for our children and grandchildren. I implore all of you to accept Councillor Antosky's declaration. Take it seriously. Don't strip it, don't cut it, don't water down. It is meant to guide our community to action on the most important issue of our time. And if I may, I will try and answer Councillor McCreary's question before he asks
Well,
it.
unfortunately, you've gone beyond 5 minutes, so we'll have
Okay.
to cut it off there, but very forceful presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So just for those that presented to us in respect to the climate emergency declaration resolution, we will be dealing with that later this evening, probably in at least an hour and a half. So, yes, Councillor Weaver.
Mr. Mayor, I was wondering if we would maybe be able to debate and vote now, respectfully, for the people that are in the room waiting to hear, and that will allow them to leave, and then there's a lot of folks in the hallway that would then be able to come in and take those seats that are being taken with the climate change folks. Would that be an appropriate motion?
So just what I suggest we do is this, and perhaps you can do this, Councillor Weaver. If we could lay on the table, so to speak, the balance of the delegations to be lifted back off the table once we've finished debating the climate resolution. I just need a mover and a seconder to do that.
Sorry, I'd be happy to move that. I did see Councillor Antosky shaking her head in approval, so she would be the seconder.
All right, so we've got that on the motion then to table this and then resume later. So any discussion regarding the motion to table? I'll call the vote on the motion to table.
The motion to lay the balance of the delegations on the table until the consideration of the climate change resolution carried unanimously on recorded vote. Those voting in favor, Councillors Vanderstout, Sless, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
All right, so we now have on the floor the resolution declaring a climate emergency. Need a mover and a seconder to get that on the floor. Moved by Councillor Antosky, second by Councillor Carpenter. So, who would like to speak to this? Yeah, Councillor Antosky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to thank everyone who came out and delegated and or just came and sat in the seats to support this. Everyone in chambers, everyone in Charlie Ward room, everybody out there and in the hallway and in the foyer. We've got a full house tonight. So thank you for taking the time out of your schedules to show us how important this is to you. I'm impressed with the fact that we've got multiple generations again coming to speak to this. This is not only about our children, but it's about all of us, and it is taking care of our children. Communities all around us have already made this declaration and are already working on their action plan. So let's get on with it. This was passed unanimously at committee, so let's get on with it. The residents, the schools, the businesses, they're already doing their part. They understand what we need to do. They're asking their leaders of the city to do it as well. The residents have shown us that this is important to them, and they've provided many reasons why. So let's get on with it. I hope tonight will be unanimous as well.
Anybody else wish to speak to the resolution? Councillor Carpenter, and then Councillor Martin.
Yes, I support this. I seconded this wholeheartedly when my ward rate asked me if I would. This makes perfectly good sense. We should be doing this a long time ago. I know when I spoke to some classes with our MPP and our MP, I warned the classes that politicians won't do it. They won't. The citizens have to do it. Because there's one thing the politicians care about, and that's the votes. So they'll do it when you tell them. And like you said the first time they're here, we're watching you. And we vote. And we'll make sure that if you don't do the right thing, we'll vote the right way. And Tom Setak and his class and the Eagle Club and all the people involved in this, tremendous opportunity to do. And Tom is doing a fantastic job at spreading the news. And it's unfortunate leaders around the world are arguing differently, and they're arguing against it, and they're suggesting that they're not doing anything. It does concern me because it's going to affect me and my grandchildren specifically, and their children are going to be dramatically affected by what comes forward. And I heard Tom specifically, and I hope everybody was listening when he said we must protect and enhance our green space. Well, you have an opportunity to do that later on. So thank you for what you're doing. I hope that you will keep doing it and keep fighting for climate change against the climate deniers. They're out there. They're a little quieter than they used to be, but they're still there. Thank you.
Next up, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back November 29th, there was an article in the Expositor talking about political promises on climate change and how they are fake. And one of the things in there says, our response will be to demand that government acts while hoping that it doesn't. We will wish our government to pretend to act, get the moral satisfaction of saying that we know to be right without the discomfort of doing it. And that's kind of what this resolution does here tonight. It doesn't set any targets. It just asks us to declare an emergency. It was passed unanimously at Committee of the Whole, that's correct. And then after that, we approved 2 all-way stops on Johnson Road. Even though I reminded Council that all-way stops increase emissions and run counter to the climate emergency resolution, and yet they carried, I believe it was 10-1. I believe I was the only one to vote against that. So actions speak louder than words. This resolution will involve extra staff time, and if Council ignores that work, then staff time will be wasted. And I, for one, do not support wasting staff time. I've seen many times where someone has asked for a report knowing full well that regardless of what the report says, they've already made up their mind. So it's a waste of staff time, and I see this being along the same lines. We needed to do something years ago, and I started working on some of these things years ago. And at the last meeting, I listed a bunch of things that I was involved in. A suggestion tonight was that we need to electrify our transit system. During estimates, I asked about electric buses. I was informed by staff, we were all informed by staff, that it's something they're considering, but the technology isn't quite ready for Brantford yet. So that's something that is on the radar for our staff, and it's something that we'll move forward with once the timing is right. It's also been suggested that we bring in a green bin program. There was a report coming tonight that I separated, that if I had not separated it, it would have set our contract for solid waste collection for 7 years, which would have prevented us from instituting a green bin program for 7 years. I separated that to try to amend it and also to vote against it because I don't agree with that. During estimates, there was one resolution that addressed climate change, and that was brought forward by Councillor McCurry. He wanted to increase the parking rate in the downtown parking lots. By increasing parking rates, the fees, you encourage transit use and active transportation. And by my count, that's the only resolution to come forward to address climate change. There was also questions asked. The social services report tonight has a request for additional money for a gen set for a high-rise building. I asked during estimates if they'd considered battery backup and solar panels instead of a diesel generator. I was told that it would be considered for the next one, but it was too late for this one. Well, now they're coming back asking for more money, and so I'm going to try an amendment to defer that until such time as that we at least get an answer as to whether battery backup is a viable option for that. So it is something that I'm bringing forward that needs to be done. It's been suggested that the gas tax is going to save us. The gas tax does nothing to save us. It penalizes people for burning fossil fuels, which on the face of it is the right thing to do. The problem is there's no alternative.
Do you want to come back to the resolution? I don't think we're debating the gas tax.
We're debating the
Just
climate
asking you to stay on point to the resolution.
I thought I was. The gas tax is something that people see. It's another one of those things where it's a feel-good resolution that does not actually do anything, which is exactly what's before us tonight, is a feel-good resolution that lets councillors off the hook. Well, we passed a climate emergency, we don't actually have to do anything, when I believe the opposite. I could care less whether this resolution passes or not, because I will do what needs to be done, instead of voting against things that need to be done, like putting in always stops. And the gas tax does the same thing. It increases costs, but there's no alternative.
I don't think there's anyone here who would stop heating their home because they have natural gas for heating their home, because freezing to death is not an option. So I'll be voting against this tonight because I see this as something that
Can you wrap in 10 seconds?
that lets councillors off the hook. They can say that, oh, we passed the climate emergency, and then not actually do anything about it.
Thank you. So next up, Councillor Sluss, and then Councillor Van Tilburg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate Councillor Antosky. Through her work at FCM, again as a volunteer, I think you've brought forward a well-researched, well-written resolution declaring this emergency, and I think it should be passed as written. So I just wanted to get that out of the way. It'll be a year in February since the students at Russell Reid School came into this chamber and wanted us to review and see what could be done about banning single-use plastic straws in our community. At that time, I had indicated to that group that we would be consulting for a year and coming back with a recommendation. Well, the year will be up in February. So I think it was asked earlier this evening, what are some steps that we can take, or what's one step we can take in 2020? Well, we'll get a chance to do that with a vote in February on banning single-use plastic straws in our community. I think that's a good first step, but I think there's a lot of single-use plastic items that are used in our community that should be banned. And I would like to think, in the spirit of this resolution, that will be the next project that we tackle. I think you have to take small bites and something that you can chew. And if we continue to keep chewing it, eventually we will consume it. So I would hope that by passing this, we are saying that when February comes and it's time to make a decision, and there's going to be pushback for it, I'm sure, from some of the restaurant chains, that we follow through and we keep our word. It was young students that asked us to do this, and I think if we don't keep our word to them, then I think we've really let them down, because they were very sincere when they came here. They were very nervous, but they did a very good job, I think, at selling their product, and we bought it, and I think we have to do something with it. So I'm looking forward to February, and looking forward to the vote on that, and looking forward to starting the next phase of phasing out single-use plastics.
Councillor Van Tilburg.
When the climate emergency resolution started emerging, Councillor Antosky will know my concern was that we weren't going to make this about platitudes. That we know at the federal level there's been a lot of smoke and mirrors and a lot of non-activity for about the last 25 years. And it's absolutely true. They're passing things with no intention of following through, and it has been a feel-good effort. So my concern was very much to make it pragmatic, and certainly there are councillors in here that take initiatives and take leadership in how to reduce this on their own, but you can't always guarantee that they're going to be around. And so you need a plan, and there is a plan here, and it quantifies, because we have no quantifiable data here in order to move. But what it comes down to is that we will have this, and people will actually see, instead of schemes and tax things that they don't understand and may or may not work or whatever, they're going to understand that when we start to budget, saying we had this many vehicles and we're now budgeting this many electric vehicles, they will realize that we're just doing the business of the city, and we're doing it responsibly, and we're doing it good for the environment. And there's plan after plan after plan and layout and phases that this has got to go through. Because this is not just going to eventually stick with just what the city is doing, the city's business. This actually has to spread out to how cities operate their business with whom we interact in the private sector when we do developments. But first, we have to get our own house in order, and we have to show people how it's done. And that's where I think this resolution does move us. And I understand, boy, do I understand, because I'm one of them, the skepticism of you're going to pass this thing and then we're going to walk away from it, or it's not going to mean anything, or it's going to be an exercise in feel-goodness and waste a lot of people's time. And that's certainly nothing that I am interested in. I think there's a lot of us here that realize the world's not going to take care of this for us right now. They seem to be just not wanting to do it. And there is a push at the local level, no matter how hard it is, to take this on individually and city by city and responsibly with tangible results. So I really support some of the changes Councillor Antosky made for me to get the pragmatic stuff in this resolution.
Councillor McCurry.
Mayor, thank you. I'll be supporting this tonight like I did last time I was here. To be clear to folks that don't understand the process, we do everything here twice. We do it once, then we repeat it here at council. So that's how it works. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary. And I love always stop signs. Just saying. Clearly, human activity affects the planet, affects global warming. I think there's evidence that supports that. That's pretty clear. And we should be taking action to mitigate our impacts, our presence on the planet. That's pretty clear too. Or start looking for another planet. And I think probably it's easier to deal with the one we've got. Congrats to Councillor Antosky for taking the lead on global warming issues and leading this initiative. And I'm appreciative of what she has before us tonight. Councillor Van Tilburg and I share the opinion, however, that there needs to be concrete action taken, and that what's before us tonight sets the stage for concrete action. But I feel that having a report come in another year and then starting to take action after that's not quick enough, and that's why I've been asking questions of the delegations for the last couple of weeks. Pick one thing that we can do, and tonight finally we got a couple of suggestions. One of them's underway. There were going to be some amendments to this that would list a series of concrete actions tonight, but after discussions with staff and Councillor Martin and Councillor Antosky, that can wait till next month, and we'll bring a list of things next month that we can all agree on and move through council. But here's a couple of things I would like to point out. Everybody that came here tonight drove, I suspect, or got a ride. I'm not sure if anybody carpooled. We've had interest by teachers and by kids, and I would say, kids, tell your parents tomorrow morning you want to walk to school, because every time you get a ride to school, that puts pollutants in the air. And teachers, maybe think about moving closer to your school so you can walk to get there. And maybe take the same sort of thing to your school boards, if you have not already, and insist that they follow the same course of action and that they have a plan to deal with the emissions that they put into the atmosphere. So I've said, what I came to say tonight. I would say, however, that when one deals with the word emergency in a municipal context, there's a consequence to that. We're not actually declaring an emergency tonight. We're using the word. Declaring an emergency requires the mayor to take certain actions and correspond with the provincial government, and then there's a limited amount of time to act on that. So we're using the word, but I just want to be clear, Mayor Davis, you're not to follow the course of action tomorrow to contact the Premier's office to actually declare an emergency like you would in a flood. And by the way, folks, the flood that we had here a couple of years ago, we have a perfectly engineered dike system here. The fact that properties were damaged was due to errors and omissions by municipal staff. Okay, so let's be clear on that.
Councillor Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be happy to support this. We've heard that there's politicians that talk a lot about our issues, but I'm happy to support this because this is actually going to be driving some much needed action with what we're trying to do here. So it's not an empty declaration by any means. We're committed as a city to try to aim to be carbon neutral by 2050. That's a very lofty target that we're going to be trying to hit. And most importantly, when we get staff reports, so when we ask staff to provide a report to council, typically they'll give us options, option A, option B, option C. And what this resolution is also going to do is we're going to be receiving information on what the carbon impact of those options are. That is direct action. So I thank Councillor Antosky for bringing this forward, and I'm going to be very happy to support her and this resolution.
Councillor Wall.
Same as last time, I wholeheartedly support the declaration of a climate emergency, but I think it's important that we focus on the emergency part of it. When those kids were here from the school, they shared a quote with us. I'm going to share it right now from Greta Thunberg. I don't want your hope. I don't want you to be hopeful. I want you to panic and act as if the house were on fire. Our house is on fire, and we need concrete actions, which is what a lot of the councillors around this table have said today. But in this room, we are elected to be the leaders of the people. We need ideas, no matter how silly, no matter how small or mundane. We need the people more than ever now to speak to us, to tell us of the small little problems. Small problems being solved lead to tremendous change. There's so much happening in our community right now. Waste, garbage, pollution. People, you see it on the highway all the time. You take the 401 to go into Toronto and there's just hundreds of cars with one person in them, both ways. Active transportation lanes remain unused. Projects like trains get canceled. We need leaders to step up and take action. But the most important thing we need is for the people to step up and hold their leaders accountable for those actions. This is an emergency. Some people will run and hide. Others will get their hands dirty and dig in and try to help people. We need more leaders. We need more people stepping up and doing the hard work. Don't sit idly by and watch your world fall apart. It's an emergency.
So I have on the list Councillor Vanderstelt and Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to thank Councillor Antosky for her tireless work in this area and in the galvanization of the community and a number of other areas as well when it comes to Mother Earth, caring, growing good food, giving good things to good people. I like it when we can measure something, when we know exactly what something costs us, costs our people, costs our environment. I love it when we have the metrics so we can have something to compare it to and figure out what we have to spend where to deal with an emerging priority. Because when we know what our priorities are, we also know there has to be a corresponding action. That's in part what this asks for. So a corresponding action for me, when I see a bill for $250,000 for insulation and vapor barrier at the Gretzky Center, I'm shocked that it hasn't been done already yet. I know how much we're losing. $1 million. $1 million in hydro costs. Where's the solar to augment those costs? How are we acting responsibly? How are we taking what we already know without this resolution? What are we doing? Again, it's a question of priorities. So why is there 11,000 square feet of unused lit heated space in that building? I don't know. I don't know that either. But this is about emerging priorities, and it's about education. So when people understand that there are different priorities surrounding us, around us, we need to find the funding sources for it. So as we move forward, when I ask questions about how this reflects on our decisions, when I talk to our climate change officer, I believe, and look into options for our builds that we're undertaking right now, I want to see a concrete action from members of council about putting your money where your mouth is. If you believe that this is truly a priority, well then vote accordingly. Like, Councillor, you saw the vote. It was unanimous. I hope it will be unanimous. This is something that is worldwide. It's relevant. It's real. And thank you.
Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Antosky, well done. Accolades tonight. There's a role for everybody to play in climate change. And things like dishwashers. Our dishwasher broke down. I became the dishwasher. So much to my wife's delight. But there's, they consume a lot of energy, and I find washing dishes sort of therapeutic after the third day of a pile of dishes in the sink. But it's a little thing like electronic gadgetry, can openers. There's a long list of electronic gadgets out there that we don't really need. And I, we can all kind of wean ourselves off that if we want to do that and play a part in it's small things, but they all add up to climate control. So, well done. I'm voting yes.
Well, so I think everyone's spoken except me. So I think I definitely have to say something. And I will say that I'm very thankful, Councillor Antosky, that you brought this resolution forward and that you also did cooperate in scheduling it so that we did not have to deal with it at times when it wasn't best to do that. No indication that it was not an emergency, but I appreciate you having done that. And, for my generation, I talked to many of the people that I know, and, when you talk about climate change, they're not climate change deniers. What happens is they're climate change, I call them rational thinkers. and they look at the situation in the world, you know, what's happening in China and India, no matter what we do, it doesn't seem to matter because if they put up a power plant, coal power plant every month, it negates much what we can do. But I like what Mark Steinecker said, which is the butterfly effect, which is if we don't have national governments acting, then I think it really comes down to us at a municipal level, the local level. We take action, and in that action, our cumulative efforts across the country, across North America, eventually we send a message to the world that, yeah, we take it seriously, so please you start taking it seriously. And I agree that we don't have the plan right now, a formal plan, but no doubt because of this resolution, we soon will. But I found that, you know, we talk about this and we talk seriously about it, and it becomes clear that there's a consensus across the community. I think it affects individual decision making. And for example, I think for us at this table, when we're looking at resolutions, whether it's budget or not, it's starting to creep in. Whether it's become a formal requirement, we begin to think about it. You know, someone will almost always raise a question, you know, is there a more carbon neutral way to do this? I think it even affects us in the decisions we make in our own lives. And for example, if I'm going into Toronto, then now I wouldn't even think of driving in. I'll take the train for two reasons, because of traffic, but also because I know that it's working towards a more carbon-reduced society. Even things like making decisions on the vehicles we lease or purchase. I mean, that's something that 5 years ago really wouldn't have entered my mind or that of my peers and colleagues, but now it does because it's become an urgent issue. And the more we publicize it and the more we make it essential and important for our decision-making, I think that affects other people. It's the cumulative impact of all those little decisions we make throughout all of our lives, whether, as Councilor McCurry said, it's do I walk to school or do I get a ride to school? It's the cumulative impact of all those minor little decisions each makes in their own lives that over the course of time has a major impact, potentially worldwide. So I'm quite pleased to support it. I'm looking forward to our detailed plan where we really formalize how we consider the carbon impact of the decisions we make. So great initiative. It's worth the time we spent on it. And I think even more importantly, it'll be worth what it leads to at this city. So I'm voting in favor of it, and I think that means everybody has spoken. And so I'll now call the vote.
Item 11.3.19, resolution declaring a climate emergency and imperative climate action for the city of Brantford, carried on a recorded vote of 10-1. Those voting in favor, Councillors Vandersteldt, Sluss, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis. Those voting opposed, Councillor Martin.
All right, so I think what we'll do is we'll take a very short recess before we begin to hear the delegations on the Affordable Housing Arrowdale resolution, so that the people who are here for the climate resolution, they can leave and we can bring some other people in that are here for that. So we'll take a 2 or 3 minute recess and let our audience readjust. All right, so just before I call up the first delegate. Yeah. So if I can have a motion to lift from the table what we did before, so it was moved by you, Councillor Weaver, second by Councillor Antosky. Any discussion? All those in favor? Let's call the vote. I think. All right, so we have,
So the motion to lift from the table carried on a recorded vote of 9-1. Those voting in favor, Councillors Vanderstel, Sless, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, and Mayor Davis. Those voting opposed, Councillor Carpenter. So we will resume at the next delegation where we left off.
all right, just to give you an idea where we're at, so we have this 2-hour and 15-minute time limit. I guess that takes us up to about, with that interruption, it takes about 9:30. So for those that are here waiting for the debate, it's going to be after 9:30 likely. So we'll move forward then with those delegates. And first up, I have Michael Peterson. Again, I'll give you the signal with the finger when you hit the 4-minute mark. And if I don't see you react to that, I'll just say 1 minute.
Okay. Is it on? Okay. My name is Michael Peterson. I'm here to speak about affordable housing in the Airedale sale. I think one of the things that a lot of people are misunderstanding is that this is a green space. And is like the previous motion, I mean, it's important to save it. It's important to keep it green to allow us a future. There's many other things we can be doing. We can be utilizing other assets such as the federal building, which to me would make more sense at a building site to be the initial get housing done type of scenario. You have the money there, you have the building. You can make at least, I would estimate about 16 units, single units in there easily. You know what I mean? The other aspects we can be doing is let's make a geared income mortgage system where people can actually purchase this house and get away from the rental units. That would allow more income strapped people to get into affordable housing. I pay $1,900 a month for my place. I'm pretty sure I can afford a mortgage, but I can't get a mortgage because we have the stress test. I don't pass it. These are the things that are hindering us from actually achieving a forever home. And if we can actually get these people to actually achieve a forever home, we would actually be better off in the housing industry. And that's really all I got to say right now.
Any questions for Mr. Peterson? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Peterson. Next up, Dave Rebell.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is David Robel. I reside at 37 Gillen Road, Brantford, Ontario. I was prepared to give a nice, wonderful little speech that was presented and typed out, but I heard the word affordable housing tied in with this particular resolution. So I'm going to fly by the seat of my pants and address some key points. I've been involved in the community since 1997, politically and beyond. And there is nothing more contentious than taking a run at golf. I have seen all kinds of issues, from budget to climate change and beyond that as well. But there's nothing more divisive in this community when you take a target to a golf course, whether it's a bureaucracy component, whether it is a land sale component, and we've seen it for Ward 4 with Airedale in the past. We've seen it with Northridge in the past. We've seen it with sections of Northridge in the past. And it has all come to an end at some point in time during the course of a term of council. But it still persisted. And in 2016, somebody threw gas on a match. And it was explosive and the community rallied hard. But as a result, under the leadership of Mayor Chris Friel and a resolution by council supported unanimously, both Airedale and Northridge received substantial funding towards a clubhouse and/or renovations to an existing clubhouse. That, ladies and gentlemen, should have put an end to the golf issue. Now, how divisive does golf get when we put it in the crosshairs, if you will? Well, it puts members of council against members of council. It puts ward against ward. It puts people against people. It puts citizens against citizens, for and against. It puts golf course against golf course, and the worst part about it is, from my experience as a counselor, is it puts staff right in the crossfire. They have to appease members of council in their political will and their agenda. It is a no-win battle when this is done. I strongly believe that if you stand and you believe in unity, ladies and gentlemen, and you believe in inclusiveness, then you take the process to govern the same way. Anything less is divisive, and in my opinion, closed doors. Now, why did this come back all of a sudden to this council and this agenda item? Well, let's talk about affordable housing in a minute. There was a report by KPMG, and it identified multiple items, but one was targeted out. And one was targeted and then tied in with affordable housing. And if you want to muddy the waters politically, you tie the two together and you create an incredible amount of chaos because people are passionate about affordable housing. In fact, housing in general is needed in this community. Does it become a win-win situation? No. But before I sit back and say, I'm criticizing members of council, when I look and I see 8 members here from a previous council, this should never have gotten this far. That resolution should have died a few weeks back. That to me is clear. If it's a matter of ward councilors versus ward councilors, Mayor, I say this to you and to members of council. When it was on the table for Ward 2 for Northridge, and I'm looking at 2 councilors today who I have sat across from, Ward 4 councilors immediately supported them unequivocally because they knew that if it happened at Northridge, it was going to happen at Airedale, even for a small parcel of land. Conversely, when it came to Ward 4, the Ward 2 councilors rallied and supported the Ward 4 councilors. Now, with the change in the boundaries, what do we have? We have Ward 4, Ward 5, and Ward 2. That premise alone tells me that that's 6 votes, this is dead in the water and done again. Now, I believe in the strength of integrity and following a commitment. And if the 8 members carried on with a commitment from previous council, honor it. Put an end to the divisiveness that you create. Are there solutions that are available? If you include the public and allow us to speak, I can give you 6 other alternatives that provide affordable housing opportunities without so much as touching a piece of parkland or viable real estate that benefits the seniors, to our youth, and the community as a whole. Thank you very much, Mayor Davies, members of council.
So I'll just remind, thank you very much, Dave, appreciate that. So I'll just remind the audience, especially in the council chamber, that our rules say that we don't clap or cheer. I appreciate it's very emotional. It was actually a very good presentation, Mr. Rebel. So just please bear that in mind. So we'll move on, and you actually timed that perfectly. So I'll move on to the next delegate, Robert Hargreaves.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors, and staff. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'm here this evening to voice my support for the sale of Airedale Golf Course. I can appreciate how difficult and contentious the decision to either sell or not sell Airedale is going to be. I would also like to thank those councillors who emailed me with information that supported their position. Therein lies my dilemma in coming to my decision to sell Airedale. I believe I would be correct that all the information council has received has either come from a contracted report, KPMG, or in-house city staff. And that is the information residents, including those here tonight, have received in regards to the viability and possible sale of Airedale. With that in mind, I have no choice other than to disregard any information forwarded to me in regards to selling or not selling Airedale by any councillor, because all this information originated at some point by a city staff member or city staff department. So essentially, one piece of information canceled out another. So to make my decision, I have to look at what is left. First, I don't believe this council promised to keep Airedale. I could be wrong, but I feel confident council did not vote on a motion promising to keep Airedale. I don't believe council can do that with taxpayer money, so I can't factor that into my decision. Many residents have voiced concerns about the loss of green space, and I can't argue with that. However, all the research from an environmental perspective tells us it is greener and more environmentally friendly to infill. We have places to grow legislation. We all make decisions based on the information we have at the time, but circumstances can change. For instance, years ago, the city paid money to cross glebe properties for the Brantford Southern Access. Many residents bought property in West Brant assuming they would have access to the 403. But not long ago, council voted to no longer pursue that option. So I don't think it's fair to denigrate anyone on council who now views the selling of Airedale, but had a different position in 2016. We've all made promises to our kids that we've had to change. I'm not sure if anyone here on council or in the public saw this dire circumstances of homelessness coming. We've all heard from seniors who are struggling financially, and there are going to be more. So we can't, as a city, increase taxes to find $28 million for affordable housing. It has been suggested that there are other properties that could be sold. I don't know if that's viable or not. I'm not a developer, but I believe if we want to provide some affordable housing, then we need to provide the developers with sufficient acreage to build a number of housing types to make it economically viable. I take no pleasure in voicing my opinion to sell Airedale. I know firsthand what it is like to lose a recreational pastime. Ministry of Natural Resources enforcement of fishing regulations at the Wilkes Dam now prevent me from fishing there. So I get it. However, I believe in this circumstance, the golfers at Airedale are not losing out on golf. Some cities, such as Ottawa, have abandoned golf and privatized its public courses in 2014. So at least residents here are still going to have a public course. When anyone is provided information on a subject, we're all influenced by our own personal biases. I don't golf, and I will admit that I have my own personal bias in regards to homelessness. So if I put my personal bias aside, and all the emotional reasons for keeping Airedale open, I'm left with this. All I'm left with is the following. 1, does the selling of Airedale make economic sense? 2, is it fiscally responsible? 3, does it meet the criteria under the Places to Grow legislation? 4, is it greener, more environmentally friendly to infill than build on more farmland or our water aquifers? 5, does it meet the criteria of the climate emergency that the city just voted on? 6, does it help to provide affordable housing while at the same time controlling taxes? 7, does it provide a good chunk of property
15 seconds, Bob.
to entice a developer to buy and build affordable homes? To these questions, my answer is yes. That is why I support selling Airedale. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was 5 minutes, so now we'll go to Gordon Davies.
I'm not really nervous, I'm just tense. My name is Gordon Davies. I live at 4 Gaywood Gardens at the north end of Brantford. And I discovered that there is a benefit to having to wait to speak. It gave me time to rewrite this thing 3 times, but now I can't read my writing. I almost feel guilty for taking your time, councillors. But now I've got a 5-minute speech that I have to trim down to 2 minutes. Regarding the sale of Arrowdale.
You have 5 minutes, so.
Okay. See, I'm still thinking about the past. Regarding the sale of Arrowdale, it is evident that council has drawn the line in the sand, and we defenders of Arrowdale intend to make Arrowdale as difficult to sell as possible. This is my attempt to do that. It seems the last time around in 2016, I was in this chair. I guess it was a dry run, because here I am again. 3 years ago, after two committees of the whole were held on the topic of selling Arrowdale, many spoke in the defense of the property. And in my presentation, I stated to council that Arrowdale is part of Brantford's heritage. It's not yours to sell. The expositor picked that up and made it their lead feature in the paper. At the same time, most of the people on this council voted unanimously that they agreed with us. I stated, it's not yours to sell. Now, just for the record, Brantford City Clerk's office sent me a confirmation letter dated March the 31st, 1916. This is the letter. It's signed and it's addressed to me. I'd be glad to turn it in. It spells out a 10-year plan as to what the councilors stated they were going to do for Arrowdale. Never mind what they were going to do for Northridge. That's already a fait accompli. Who would have thought that less than 3 years later, this letter would prove to be, I don't like to use the word, but it's an untruth? Well, tonight, if you approve the motion to sell Arrowdale, you have broken promise. We have to wonder, what does the word unanimous even mean? You all agree at one time, and now you don't? Please, consider the fact that there are many people, both online, in press, and in this chambers, who don't agree with some of you people. Please recognize, Arrowdale is not yours to sell. And finally, regarding climate change, you've declared tonight, we watched it, it's a climate emergency. You've said that. So what you're going to do is give with one hand and take away with the other by selling Arrowdale. We pay you people. What are you doing? I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Any questions? All right. I just asked you if there's any questions. Yes, Councillor Carpenter, because we've got about a minute.
Yeah, I got 57 seconds, so.
I wear hearing aids. Speak up.
Yeah, do you feel betrayed?
Oh, that's such a gentle word. Yes, sir. That's what I feel, and I'm.
Do you feel the time when this resolution was presented as a notice of motion to now was too short a time to consult with the public and have the public have their say?
I guess that's a question that I have to answer. What are we doing? You haven't given us time. You gave us 2 committees of the whole and meetings in chambers the last time around. We responded, and bless you all, you responded back. And yet, here I am.
Do you think this venue where hundreds of people couldn't get in, or you think this venue where hundreds of people couldn't get in is sufficient to have the public speak and understand what's going on?
Well, the last council saw merit in going to Sanderson Center. If you want to carry on with this, let's do that.
All right, thank you, Gordon. That's
thanks for your
beyond
time.
5 minutes. Thank you for coming. So next up is Ronald Heaslip.
Thank you, Your Honor. Councilors, members of Brantford, both golfers and non-golfers. My name is Ron Heaslip. I'm an immigrant. I immigrated to Brantford in 1987 from Dundas in search of affordable housing, and it worked. At the time, we lived on a one-income family. I wanted my children to be raised by my wife, and it facilitated that. And we need more of that now. Unfortunately, the real estate market has changed drastically and made it more difficult for us to provide what we once could. I came from the town of Dundas, which is uniquely almost the same as Brantford. It has a parcel of green space dead in the middle of town. If anybody has ever been there, it's called the Dundas Driving Park. Donated to the town in 1822, has withstand many facelifts, but has always been for the recreation of the people of Dundas and surrounding communities now that we're regional. It consists of a bandstand, a wading pool, picnic pavilions, winter skating, tennis courts, lawn bowling, playground sites, ball diamonds, etc. It is a multifunctional green space. It is maintained by the Parks and Recreation of Dundas, and it has always been that. There has never been a fee to enter the park or leave. There have been donations only to see that the programs go on in infamy. It has never, ever been considered to be developed for housing, even though Dundas was very, very, what will I call it, land-strapped. It had nowhere to go, but the park was never an issue as far as being part of that. We have Airedale, a money-making organization through Brantford Golf, and it is a definite great recreation site for those that use it, me being one of them, and has great potential as a green space in the future. Selling it now means it has no potential in the future. It is gone. Residential purposes, I don't know if I would want to sit here and imagine what that would do to the area I live in. I live in Ward 5, and we've always lived in Ward 5. Sites like these aren't about dollars and cents. They are what make character of the cities they are in, and if developed, can never be replaced. Finally, in 2018, a constituent from Brantford inquired as to the required need to sell properties for infrastructure funding. This was the reply the constituent received on October 17, 2018. Hello. My comments were prompted by a realistic assessment of how we are going to finance the required investment in infrastructure, in particular the road link to West Brant and the sewage pumping stations. The road link to West Brant will cost likely about $100 million. Each of the two pumping stations will cost approximately $8 million. I am told we have in reserve funds at that time for the West Brant road link approximately $30 million. To finance this infrastructure investment, we have three options: increase property taxes, borrow, or sell redundant assets. I am told the 100-acre lot north of Power Line is likely valued in excess of $70 million. Some of those lands will almost certainly be needed for parkland as the boundary lands are developed. My thinking is that it might make good sense to sell a portion of those lands to finance, in part, the required investment in infrastructure. I would never consider selling land currently developed for parkland or golf courses for this purpose. My intent is that we review all of the city's land holdings and consider selling those that are redundant, in the sense that they are not currently being used or proposed to be used for the benefit of its residents. I hope that addresses your concerns and ask that you cast your ballot for me on Monday. So was this just a promise? And it is signed by our mayor, Kevin Davis. I look at that and listen to what I just read, and I said, why is this same thought analysis not being applied when addressing the need for affordable housing and its funding? Instead of a 3-week, non-public attended meetings adoption of what appears to be a backbench attempt to pass a motion without public knowledge or input. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have next up, because you just took slightly more than 5 minutes, Lauren O'Neill.
Good evening, Mayor Davis and members of council. My name is Lauren O'Neill. My family and I reside in Ward 5. I would like to start off by thanking you all very much for having us here tonight and for the valued additional time needed to address this issue. So thank you all so much for that. I have with me a media release from the City of Brantford that is dated December 6, 2019. Just days before the rushed motion to sell Arrowdale. It is titled, City Promotes Senior Health and Community Participation. From it is a quote from the city's corporate initiative coordinator, Chris Henderson, which states, prioritizing seniors' health and wellness and ensuring that they have opportunities to connect and participate in the community is a key focus in the city's Healthy Aging Plan, end of quote. In 2017, Brantford was recognized by the World Health Organization as an age-friendly community. And in 2018, it received the Ontario Age-Friendly Community Recognition Award. The support of social cohesiveness like this would benefit the young and old. But removing a key multi-generational recreation area like Arrowdale is counterproductive to all the progress that you can take pride in from this media release. I request that you honor the commitment you have made to prioritize the well-being and connection of our citizens and uphold integrity by halting the sale to allow ample time for proper community involvement and the evaluation of alternative solutions to avoid the irreversible and long-lasting effects that can come with this motion for our city, our people, and our environment. As a psychology major with a background in biology and environmental studies, I have spent over 4 years evaluating the scientific research, which supports proximity to ample quality green space as an essential thing for well-being for all ages by reducing symptoms of stress, ADHD, and depression, while restoring cognitive function, among other things. This effect is compounded for those of low socioeconomic status, of which there are unfortunately many in our community. This is not a right, this is a right, not a luxury, and it needs to be afforded to our current and future residents of Brantford. By selling Arrowdale and backtracking on any investment in its future, you are removing a historical landmark that should be utilized as a year-round community hub, enriching the lives of our citizens and mending the community fabric that has been torn by similar hasty mistakes of the past. We need to thrive here and not just survive. You are asking so much from an area that already has so little. I have grown up watching our city fall apart due to actions such as this. And I regret that it appears that I will grow old doing the same. And I refuse to accept the same fate for my children. So I'd like to end by asking the public, if these unfair processes are going to continue in our city, I urge all of you to hold our elected officials accountable. Because regardless of how you feel about this issue, whether or not this one affects you, I guarantee you, if they are not held accountable, we will be affected by one down the road. And I believe that all you have to do is look around to see that you have already been affected by the mistakes of the past. Thank you.
Any questions? We have about 45 seconds. Councilor Carpenter.
Lauren, thanks for coming and being so passionate. So your concern is this is just the first step. eliminate green space here, next thing you know, it's Woodman Community Pool, and then it's Earl Hague, and then it's other assets that we think that we can sell off to some hungry developer.
I feel like that is a very real possibility, yes.
Yeah, and I encourage you to take a look at the capital budget, and you'll see lots of money available to do without doing this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Got about 20 seconds. If not, thank you very much, Lawrence. So up next, Elizabeth Chernachenko.
Hello, councillors. My name is Elizabeth Chernachenko. I proudly grew up in the city of Brantford. I'm currently an environmental science major in the Department of Geography and Urban Planning at the University of Concordia. So when you were elected, you were slated to represent the needs of the city of Brantford. In 2016, you made the promise to the public. We already spoke out against the sale of Airedale, you were saying that you were not only going to keep the space, but you were going to invest in its upkeep. What changed? We're now standing before you with nearly 3,000 petition signatures. It's growing every minute, a steady stream coming in of comments on a public forum rolling in faster than I can keep up with. And from what I've seen, they're all thought out, genuine concerns with voiced value of what that space means to people. And you said last week in your meeting that none of that was available when you were making your decision. This is much more than just about golf. Brantford, a river runs through it. In our own city motto, we advertise to the world that we as a city value our natural landscape features. You're not the only ones who live here, and we are here today because this decision, this firehouse sale that is being rushed through the office, is going to impact our lives permanently. There is no question that Brantford is experiencing population growth at a rapid rate. This is a runaway train, but how many of our valued community assets are you going to place in front of that train, claiming that it's the best for all, without listening to what people actually want? Brantford is changing, and we need our city council to change along with it. Instead of promises and then looking over your singular metric of financials and making an insular decision, we want you to do your homework. We want intentional city planning. In 2013, Hamilton, tasked with dealing the very same complex issue, employed the Housing and Homelessness Action Plan, where they used mixed methods, surveying all of their available public holdings, the projected population growth, surveying focus groups, doing public consultations. They took in the whole picture in a genuine effort that they made point by point a 10-year action plan instead of selling off a piece of culture and putting some money in reserves for housing later someplace vaguely. Brantford needs a city council that puts in a professional effort into their decision-making process. We deserve that. We deserve more than just a few hours in a delegation period that's divided by the number of speakers when many people actually care about an issue. These decisions impact our lives forever, and even 5 minutes is no other recourse. It is too little. Brantford City Council needs to change and needs to finally represent us properly. What else do we have other than affordable housing crisis? We have an addictions crisis, we have a poverty crisis, we have teen pregnancy and violence. It's places like Airedale that gave people like me, people who grew up at real risk from these threats. I thank my mother's value in bringing me to green spaces when I was young. I thank the city of Brantford for valuing these landscapes and giving me the opportunity to go to them when I was younger. So I had access. I had memories to be able to pull me forward and build me up into becoming an adult with passions and with a career that I am on track to loving my life. The experiences in these pockets that Brantford gave me was a chance at a good life. In my urban planning classes, there's a class titled Place, Space, and Identity. My professor brought up in a slide of presentation an image of the late historical Colburn Street business buildings. And this is a school 6 hours away. I unfortunately had to deliver him the news that those nationally relevant pre-colonial remnants were since demolished. We're talking about today the balance between places that serve as identity for our community residents and the ability for our city to move forward with its current growth rate and building its future identity. This is a matter that requires finesse by well-supported mixed methods research. City councilors, you have done these rushed sales for too long. We need inclusive, transparent, and intentional city planning. Instead of fighting with our city council, we want to be on the same page. We want to be included and heard in what happens with our lives, our families, and our futures. This isn't a business park. This is land that's connected to communities and people's lives. And if you're listening at all, according to the community, Arrowdale is not for sale. And thousands of people are waiting for your response tonight with your vote. Please vote on behalf of your community. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. So next up, I have Kaylee Poisson. Right, that.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for holding this meeting and allowing all of us to attend, as well as the extra allotted time. This is actually my first public speaking, so bear with me. My name is Kaylee Poisson. I am a Ward 5 resident. I have been a former Ward 4 resident for 20 years, and this is what I have to say. 3 years ago, there was a long and grueling protest against the sale of Arrowdale Municipal Golf Course, and here we stand again. The vote was near unanimous then, and it should still be now. It was a 4-month battle then. We now have had a mere 2 weeks, more so 1 week, to gather opposition. Now we are in greater numbers here than ever before. November 13th, 2019, the City Council unanimously voted to declare a climate emergency. A mere 34 days after this declaration, we are standing in a motion, to sell off our third largest green space within the city. Other than Brant Conservation Area and Mohawk Park, we have Arrowdale. Both these green spaces are also run on a deficit to the city. This is not a matter of money. This is a matter of preserving our already limited environmental green spaces. And I just want to point out the fact that for Arrowdale Golf Course, it is a 49-acre golf course, 9 holes, that was established in 1928, and it has been untouched since. In regards to the other, it is the 4th oldest golf course within Canada. The other 3 golf courses that are in that contention have all either been moved or redesigned to allow for larger holes. And they have had between 36 and 45 holes in total. Arrowdale Golf Course has been the only golf course that has been untouched since 1928. And this is important to our heritage, not only for Brantford, but for Canada. I also want to touch on the environmental impacts of changing this green space to housing developments. Urbanization is a direct threat to our environment and, more importantly, our waterways. Concrete, cement, and asphalt is a non-porous material, leading all precipitation, and snowmelt to be directed into our sewer system, causing great stress and risk for flooding. This was an occurrence in February of 2018. Flooding of the Grand River displaced 4,900 residents within our city. The allocating of this green space to cement and housing also increases our chemical and pesticide runoff into the waterways, further impacting our environments. I also want to touch on a conversation or perhaps a post that was posted by a fellow council member with regards to water usage for our Arrowdale Golf Course. So the numbers speak loud, and the cubic meter water usage within 2019 was 12,958 cubic meters. The average household uses 17 cubic meters per month. So doing the math here, 12,958 cubic meters of water usage per year divided by 12 is 1,079.83 cubic meters per month of water usage for Arrowdale. Dividing this by the 17 cubic meters of household water usage allots to 63.5 households. Reducing, if we develop the 49 acres into housing developments of 0.25 acres per household, that is 180 households on this property. And doing the math, that allots to over 2.83 times more water usage on that property than what is already currently being used. And reducing water usage is an integral part of decreasing one's carbon footprint. This increase in housing development in lieu of a 49-acre green space is in complete reverse of that. The agenda was to push through this vote and motion as quickly and quietly as possible, and then to obtain community input after the fact in regards to development plans. Well, your community is here
Kelly,
right now.
can you wrap up in 15 seconds?
Okay, sorry. We do not want this. Dismiss the sale of Airedale Municipal Golf Course as an option for funding for affordable housing, because it is not an option to us. We have elected you guys to represent us. And in our numbers today, we are asking for you to not sell Airedale. So please listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaylee. Next would Stephanie Deering.
Starting to feel like we're getting friendly. So I'm Stephanie Deering, Ward 5 president, and you all have this in writing, each and every one of you. I addressed it to personally. You have all the links as well. In brief, I oppose the sale of Airedale Golf Course. I don't golf. I feel it's I feel it is a short-sighted decision that will have tragic repercussions for the community in the future. The affordable housing crisis has been an issue for over a decade, and the city should be well apprised of the issue. And just tonight, you declared a climate emergency, although, I have to revise that because it's changed. The Airedale Golf Course has been green space for over 90 years. And please note that a green space is green space, no matter the methods and the approaches used to maintain that space, which may or may not be environmentally friendly or green. Selling this space to raise money for affordable housing, while a notable idea, would inadvertently result in Brantford's most vulnerable population becoming scapegoated. And the opportunities that were identified by KPMG are just that, potentials. KPMG states in their report, quote, estimated impacts are preliminary assessments of the potential impact to the organization. Further study and analysis is needed, unquote. Without some investigation, then the sale of Airedale would be a hasty decision and may not result in the outcomes predicted in the December 10th Operations and Administration Committee. Therefore, I respectfully request that Brantford City Council resolve to maintain Airedale Golf Course as a green space within the city, not necessarily a golf course. Should the city find the operation of a golf course is not sustainable, I would respectfully request that the 49 acres be maintained as public park space. I'm glad that the City of Brantford is recognizing there is an affordable housing emergency in the city and moving to give this issue greater priority. However, there has been a demand for affordable housing for over 10 years, and this demand has long been noted by the City of Brantford. A troubling aspect to the proposal to sell Airedale to raise funds to build the badly needed affordable housing is that at present, as far as I'm aware, the city has a vague and ill-defined but ambitious plan to build 500 affordable housing units over the next 10 years. With all due respect, this same council just created a task force on affordable housing at the end of November 2019, and I doubt that this has been sufficient time to create a viable plan to address the affordable housing crisis. I must also note that the provincial government recently provided over $5 million to the city for housing purposes. I'm not really sure how that money's been allocated. I don't have the information. So respectfully speaking, the lack of affordable housing has been visible for years. The wait list for affordable housing has been over 1,000 people since 2005. Respectfully speaking, there have been studies conducted to inform the old affordable housing plan that the city created, and representatives from the city have been members of a local coalition concerned with affordable housing for all. In 2007, the City of Brantford and the County of Brant completed a homelessness issues community plan, which identified the #1 priority as increased supply of affordable housing. The city has lands available that would be ideal for construction of affordable housing, such as the remnants of the Coburn Street expropriation, lands appropriated for the SBAR, the 2 different brownfields, Sydenham and Mohawk Greenwich. And the city could take a page from other municipalities and amend the bylaws to allow for granny suites and tiny homes. And the city could also partner with other organizations and private companies to create new affordable housing stock in Brantford. In summation, selling Arrowdale amounts to a knee-jerk reaction to a situation that has been decades in the making, and as such is bound to result in failure on many different levels. And in my opinion, the loss of a heritage green space will be the primary failure. I therefore urge you to reconsider the proposed sale of Arrowdale.
Councilor Van Tilburg, looks like we've got about 20 seconds here, Brian.
Brief. Stephanie, could you send me your report and email? I know I don't. I've tried to pull it up, so I don't know where it's gone. It might have bounced, so I would love to have it. And you mentioned something that kind of is on my mind right now. You were talking about the us versus them type animosities created. Do you think that creates a healthy community?
Of course not.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Deering, did you say you have your copy of presentation there? Because you can't
I
hand it
sent
into
one
us.
to you and your assistant thanked me for it.
Okay, all right. All right, so next up, thank you, Stephanie. We have James Massacart.
Good evening, Mayor Davis, members of council. My name is James Massacart, and I believe strongly in the need for more affordable housing. We cannot address the serious issues of inequality in our society without ensuring that at least amongst us have homes. Solving this will require shared sacrifice for all of our neighborhoods. But destroying the Arrowdale lands is not the solution. I can support the cessation of golf operations there, but I cannot support the irreversible destruction of this quiet emerald gem in the middle of Brantford. Theodore Roosevelt spoke to this when he said, "Of all the questions which come before this nation, short of the actual preservations of its existence in a great war, there is nothing which compares in importance of the great central task of leaving this land an even better land for our descendants than it is for us. It is in this spirit that I come to you here today to request that the Arrowdale lands be saved for future generations. I am here in part because the approach taken thus far on this motion has deeply divided our community. It has pitted neighbor against neighbor, ward against ward, councillor against councillor. This is not simply choosing golf over people. This movement of opposition stems from the lack of consultation and needlessly fast action by council. It has created a sense of betrayal amongst its residents who live in the epicenter of the affordable housing and opioid crises. I abhor the devolution of this process into pettiness, hatred, and division. We must and we can do better. This is a time for unity. I love our city and so do you. I truly respect the people at this council table. You are people of good character and good intentions, and I know from my individual interactions with you that you simply want to solve the crisis at hand. But I implore you to consider that this motion does not take into account the need for East Ward residents to be consulted and included in the process. I beg you, please slow down. Selling this land is not the only way to meet our shared objective of finding homes for those who need them. There are options in the operational and capital budgets to raise the $28 million over 10 years. Some of them are difficult, some of them are easy. For example, look at the $1 million a year we spend in administration costs at the Gretzky Center. 5% savings would achieve $554,000 in savings over 10 years, which we could apply to affordable housing. We could look at our arenas that are losing money in the Civic Center and Lions Park Arena. There are options. If I, a part-time observer of council, can find these savings, surely our talented staff with firm direction from council can find the money needed to solve these terrible, terrible crises. I'm addressing you for the first time as citizen, begging you to slow this process down. Consult with the people who are here today in numbers, hundreds of people were turned away, 100 people I heard. Take the time to consult and collaborate with us to find a solution that shares the sacrifices needed without sacrificing Arrowdale. We must make Brantford whole again. We must work together. This is the way. I'm open for any questions or comments you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mesker. Next up, we have Eric Mundy, but I think he withdrew. David Gons withdrew. Randy Shellis. You're up next, Randy.
Your Worship and Councilors, my name is Randy Shellis. I will be speaking in support of the sale of Arrowdale to help offset our urgent need to meet the affordable housing emergency in Brantford. I cannot represent the anonymous 1,700 people who have applications waiting for Brantford Brand housing, but if you will please recognize that they far outnumber the people in attendance here. Briefly about me, I've been a low-income landlord for almost 3 decades, a skilled tradesman, and a benefactor of city services that many years ago saved my life as I struggled with illness. My tenants have always enjoyed rents well below market value as a result of my skill set and hard work, but I have recently reduced my property total from 8 duplexes to 3. Properties including my home. I have also been steadily employed in some of the dirtiest factories in Ontario. 5 of my tenants are seniors, 2 are disabled. 1 is a young man recovering from addiction and supporting himself for several years now with a home-based media business. All of them could be easily homeless if I were to sell, because most duplex properties are being bought up by renovators who evict the tenants. I've seen how the inner city decay can destroy the fabric of a city by owning 3 large, good quality duplexes in Niagara Falls, New York. With very little in new development, hundreds of houses in the old core were boarded up and abandoned units. 1,000 more have been bulldozed with vast tracts of vacant lots where no one will build. I sold my 3 USA duplexes last year for $35,000, $35,000, and $50,000. They never appreciated in value because nothing has been built in the rotted out core of Niagara Falls, New York for 5 decades. Such is the reality of many American cities. New housing development is a major driver of higher pricing for older homes. It provides additional taxation for better schools, policing, infrastructure services, while improving the image and desirability of a neighborhood. Whether the people in Arrowdale neighborhood believe it or not, the value of their homes will increase if new housing is built next to them. Owners of older homes can feel more comfortable investing in repair and upgrades of century homes, knowing that the value will be locked in. I live in a hilly Brantford neighborhood that is a mixture of detached single-family homes, semi-detached homes, and low-income co-op. It's a great neighborhood where many people can buy their first home because prices are reasonable. My 12 and 13-year-old kids are best friends with kids growing up in the co-op. One youngster in particular is a budding soccer star that you may see play for the Toronto FC in coming years. He can only play soccer because his mom gets help that her family needs and deserves. Affordable housing has become scarce in Brantford, with thousands of people unable to purchase homes and unable to afford skyrocketing rents. We have a large number of homeless people where a proper application of city finances is required to bring shelter for senior families and children. Housing is a human right. According to the United Nations, and Canada has firmly established this principle in the National Housing Strategy Act. Housing is a human right. By failing to make profound effort to protect the human rights of the 1,700 applicants for affordable housing in the city of Brantford, we would be in breach of that act, and realistically not eligible for federal housing funding. It has been stated that Arrowdale is subsidized by the city to the tune of $500,000 annually. The sale price of the land could net $22 million. The taxes could net $3 million annually. I'm going to have to skip to the end. I'll skip on. The same article states that Canada, the average cost for people suffering with homelessness and mental illness is a whopping $53,000 per person. In Canada, for beds alone, or in Brantford for beds alone, I approximate we spend $24,000 per person. The resolution states that it operates 1,476 units, Brant Housing, and will probably need 504 units in the next 10 years. And this will result in $2 to $3 in social and economic value for every dollar spent. And I have to skip to the end. I'm asking you, Mayor, and all of the city councilors to consider the common good for all rather than the selfish fears of a few. It makes good sense to sell Airedale and to maintain and grow Brantford's prosperity for all the needs of our citizens. One day we'll all be resting on our deathbeds and
Randy,
perhaps
can you wrap it up
wondering, was I a good
wrap it up
person?
in 5 seconds?
Okay. That's it. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you, Randy.
It was too long.
Yeah. So next, Jenna Stevens.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here. My name is Jenna Stevens. I live in Ward 4. I'm not from Brantford. I've been a resident of Brantford for 11 years now in Ward 4. I'm originally from Hamilton. As a matter of fact, an area of Hamilton is quite similar to where we live in Brantford in Ward 4. Where we were in Hamilton, we were surrounded by Gage Park. We were surrounded by the escarpment, which has the Bruce Trail that we hike often, and it was surrounded by Kings Forest Municipal Golf Club. Alongside it was Glendale Private Golf Course. I was lucky to be able to spend my time and my life at these parks, on these trails, and the one thing that brought us to Brantford, to our area, was the same reason. We're surrounded by water, we're surrounded by parks, we're surrounded by trails. And when I heard 4 years ago in a little family restaurant that Airedale was going to be looked at to sell and taken this away from seniors, from children, from golfers. How contradicting. From everybody, from the whole community. It shocked me because I've been lucky to grow up having that. And I got on board and I wanted to do everything I possibly could. I was the young one because here I am in a breakfast place with a whole load of seniors from the Seniors League, and I'm like, I'm gonna help them. And I stood up at the Sanderson Center and I fought along with the whole bunch of people that came out. That was 3 years ago. Today, we're here again. And we're in numbers. And this is impressive. Yes, social media helps. It's amazing. But here we are for another reason, again, that doesn't have anything to do with golfing. It has to do with greed. And Airedale, it's just not, it just doesn't make sense. And it's evident, quite evident, that the last few meetings that I've attended here, we have a homeless and an affordable housing crisis. I'm sure that we all agree. It was mentioned last council meeting that we need affordable housing, and we do. It was mentioned that we need to respond, and we do. If we want to talk about needs and wants, there is no doubt we need green space in Brantford, and we need to address the housing and homeless crisis. Conspiring an agenda behind closed doors without consulting fellow councillors and constituents of the city sounds to me like a want. Some members of city council have shown good leadership, gone door to door advocating for what they feel is right and wrong. I'd love to see more councillors be a leader. Go to the encampments, go to those thousands of citizens and tell them, hey, guess what? We have a plan. We have a plan to find an ongoing, reliable funding source in 10 years. In 10 years. Now, when there is a crisis, any crisis, personally, economically, environmentally, we go into survival mode. It's a natural instinct. You find and you gather every possible resource you can and tackle that crisis without delay. People are suffering. If the members of this council consider Brantford in such a crisis situation, why is our only option a 10-year plan? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jenna. We have about 20 seconds. Maybe there's a question? No? Thank you, Jenna. David Newman's up next.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I don't make a habit of this, coming to present to council having been mayor and a councillor and an alderman. In fact, I believe I've only done it one time previous. And that was when the council was headed in a direction with respect to the Grand River, which is contrary to the city's tradition of joining everybody together up and down the river to plan long-term for the future of the river. And the council of the day, when I came to present, was in budget mode, and they were looking at ways to save money. And the idea was to reduce the funding to the Grand River Conservation Authority and encourage all the municipalities up and down river to do that. That's the only, I came and presented on why that was wrong-headed, and that's the only time previous to this. I say that to give it context, but I think this is very important. I ask you, first of all, I don't think you're going to hear anything from me that you haven't heard from all these presenters, but I ask you to think long-term, and I ask you to think broadly. We have annexed land to the north and to the west, some to the south, but most development will be north and west. The town of Paris is growing quite rapidly. So if we think long-term, 50 years from now, it'll be one urban area. I'm not talking about boundaries, I'm talking about one urban area. And this green space will be important. Think broadly and think long-term. And I know you can do that because you, tonight, passed a resolution that shows you're thinking broadly and long-term with the climate emergency. I also want to make a point, and this is for the viewers watching as well, that I'm not here because I don't support doing something about housing. I was on the housing committee, and indeed, many of the low-cost housing projects are in the south end of the city, many of them in Ward 5, which I represented, and the most recent project was one I championed, that we got funding for and provided housing. I would ask you to think of a big city, and I'm thinking of New York. In the center of New York stands Central Park. If someone hadn't created that park and maintained it, it would not be here today. We don't want people to look back and say, there was a green space in the center of our growing urban area, and we did away with it. No, I don't think that makes sense. And there was broad consultation on this matter. I was at that consultation. So I think I would urge you to vote no to selling Airedale. And I would urge you, if not, to at least defer it and look at the alternatives more thoroughly. And I want to pinpoint the question of selling Arrowdale to support housing. Housing is important, but the tradition and the staff, leadership in the staff have always advised council, if you have money from an asset, don't say, we'll sell this asset and put it there. You sell the asset, you find out exactly what money you have, and then you put it to the city's priorities that are decided with all priorities in a context, as you do in your capital budget planning. And I think that's where this has gone wrong. It has tied the sale of Arrowdale to housing, and it's a way to get everybody to support the sale of Arrowdale, but it's the wrong way to go about doing it. My humble opinion, I respect your decisions.
Thank you, Dave. Any questions for Mr. Newman, Councilor Carpenter?
Thank you, Councillor Newman, former mayor, former MPP. So you talked about us putting affordable housing against green space and using that analogy. You've seen the capital budget before. Do you think we can find this money elsewhere in the budget?
Well, that's not for me to determine, but I don't see anybody who thinks housing is important saying, let's sell the land scheduled for recreation development in the west end of the city and put it to housing.
Of course, we can't do that.
And if we don't stop this, what's next? Mohawk Park? You know, where do we go next?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Newman. Next up, we have Harry Bezoyan.
Mr. Mayor, councilors. Crisis. Crisis. We keep hearing that word, and I agree 100%. There's absolutely an affordable crisis housing. Crisis in affordable housing. I think all the friends of Arrowdale would agree with that. Nobody's disputing that. What we can understand is why the funds set aside, and I know there's lots of options. Actually, Dave said there were 6 that I'm not even aware of. This is just one that I'm going to throw out there. What we can understand is why the funds set aside for the West Brant Sports Complex can't simply be put towards affordable housing. I know it sounds like it's easier said than done. And it's true because, I guess it's true because that's what I was told by a counselor, and I quote, that's not how it works. So I decided to educate myself on how it works. So I called City Hall and I found out exactly what I thought I would find out and exactly what I'm sure you counselors already know. That this city, and what the city confirmed with me, and please correct me if I am wrong, and I don't know the terms, I believe a motion was brought forth this evening to take the funds allocated to the $36 million, I believe, for the sports complex and put those funds into affordable housing right now to avert the crisis. Sorry, where am I here? And the council, and if the council all agreed, if we brought this forth tonight and the council all agreed, it would be voted on the next meeting, kind of what we talked about earlier. We do it twice. And if the next week, when it was brought up again, and all the councilors put up their hand again, it's done. Crisis averted. That's 2 3-minute votes in 2 different meetings a week apart, and we have no more crisis. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the process. That's what the City Hall told me. That's what I thought. So now I believe we've proven beyond the shadow of a doubt that it can be done in 2 6-minute votes spread over 2 weeks apart in 2 meetings, with nobody breaking a sweat other than going like this. So now, once we know that it can be done, it becomes a matter of priority. Simple matter of priority. We have the funds. We can easily do it. It just basically means that our community, which sadly is saying that we have the funds, we govern ourselves in this matter with respect to these meetings and how they work and the votes, which means we can do it. So if we don't do it, now it becomes, again, a priority thing, and it means as a community, we're saying that we'd rather build a $36 million sports complex rather than keep people off the streets in our city that are freezing and need affordable housing. What also baffles me, that the city's come to the table wanting to commit to selling a property to the point of no return, which I believe is what's going to happen here tonight, and they have no real value on the property. It would be different if they said, we got this buyer and they want to overpay or at least pay fair market value. But they haven't. They've spit out a number, but but as a local real estate broker, I can tell you that in my vast experience, the topography for this property with all the hills and everything makes much less buildable space, and there could be drainage issues and all that kind of stuff. This property could only be worth, $10 million. Well, once we commit, we commit. And there's no actual value on the land. Self-admittedly, if I understood last week's meeting, the committee or the council has said that we don't have the land to build on anyway, even if we had. So now we're going to sell a piece of land we don't know what's worth to build houses on property that we self-admittedly don't have right now, which is just, it's absurd to me. So, my stance is obviously that this gem of a golf course should not be for sale ever. Looks like I got about 1:15 left, so I've got a little bit more. I think it's important to point out that the 5 realtors that stood before you here last week that supposedly represent the Brantford Regional Real Estate Association, which I am a member of, I just want everybody to know that those 5 that stood here, who I know very well, most of them, and the rest of the membership, which is about 400 or so, had no knowledge or input of that. And no knowledge or input of that. And the reason I say this is because I think that the weight of 5 individuals versus the weight of 400, I'm assuming, and I would assume that everybody thought, like I would if I was at home or here watching, that if they represented us as the Brantford Regional Real Estate Association, that represented the whole. And I guess technically on paper it did, but I'm here to tell you that represented 5 individuals, and the other roughly 395 of us had no knowledge of the meeting, of the representation, and no input into it. And I have more, but I think I got about 40 seconds left. So if anybody's got questions, fire away.
Yeah, about 20 seconds. Any questions? Yes, Councilor Carpenter.
Harry, you've been in the real estate business for a long time.
About 15 years, yeah. A little over 15 years.
Yeah, so when you contacted the RIA that came here last week and told us how they represent everyone, because they said they represented the realtors, when you contacted them and find out who asked them to come here, what was their response?
I contacted the CEO because I was kind of livid. I actually spoke to them out in the hallway here afterwards because I felt very slighted that as part of that membership that I actually thought they were here when I seen them. I'm like, hey, realtors for saving the golf course, to find out that they all stood up and said, no, we're here to sell the golf course. And what the CEO, the newly elected CEO of our Brantford Real Estate Board, told me was that the city asked them to speak on behalf of selling Airedale.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you.
So let's move on. We got Peter Scheer. Thank you very much, Harry.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Make sure I got that out.
First of all, I'd like to thank Councillor McCreary for putting the motion on the floor to allow me to speak again. And also, I'd like to thank the 9 other councillors that voted the motion. Another thing, I didn't lose my work last week. My computer's froze on me, so I've had to put this into a 3.5-minute format, so I've got things all over the place here. So I'd like to start out by saying that this council started out this term in office on a positive note, something the constituents of this city haven't seen in quite a while. Instead of being the punchline of political jokes around the city, there has been some very positive conversation that I haven't seen in a long time. We've had an aggressive new mayor and a couple of new enthusiastic councillors and also some veterans councillors, and we've had some positive planning and dialogue within the community. Unfortunately, over the past few weeks, you've managed to set us back to 2016 and 2017. And you've eliminated all that you've gained in this whole year. And this is only my opinion. The push for the disposal of Airedale, and that was stated to the community, and I believe it was actually in the motion that it was dispose of Airedale. Some members of council are comparing places for people to live or to have homes versus tee-off times for 200 members at Airedale. First of all, that's just an unfair comparison. This is about city assets versus our plan for affordable housing. And another thing is 200 members are not going to be able to play 20,000 rounds of golf in one season, so that's just atrocious. This alone proves that using 20,000 rounds a season, this proves that this many rounds in one season shows that this is a well-utilized asset of our community, and these rounds are up 2,000 rounds from 2018. So it's being used and it's improving in utilization. If we're going to compare assets, then let's compare all assets. Let's do our due diligence. KPMG made a list of 104 action items for the council to consider. In that same meeting that I attended, a notice of motion was brought forth called affordable housing. That was in the same meeting that they brought up the 104 items, which was affordable housing, which really was to take the immediate action on item number 9, which is the selling of Airedale, out of the 104 items, which was to the disposal of Airedale. No, it's your words, not mine. So I ask you, how much thought was put into this action, and why did you as council not stand up and say, we need to do our jobs and look at the whole picture and go through the process? Why was the most contentious issue over the last 20 years singled out and action taken so quickly before you even had a chance to go over the 104 actions without proper investigations and review all 104 of them? From 2017 to 2019, there have been 19 city-owned properties sold, which total amount approximately $40 million. All those funds have been allocated to various projects. I don't have time to go through all of them one by one, but they range from the BSAR to the south side of Shelters Lane, and there was one item allocated for affordable housing in that 19, and it was $680,000. So out of $40 million, really? Out of that, it was $680,000 was allocated for affordable housing. So when you talk about priorities in one asset versus another, what's the difference between a rec center for the people in one ward versus affordable housing and a 92-year-old asset with established green space that's already generated revenue and creates a place for enjoyment and quality of life for all residents? I better run down here to the end if I'm going to do this. You have the money there, the $28 million you say you need to meet the goals of affordable housing over the next 10 years, yet you choose to ignore it. These are the facts that confuse us. The mayor has put together a task force to address and put a plan in affordable housing in place. Why are we not waiting to see what that committee comes up with and with the input of the community make the proper decisions? And how can we sell one asset before that data is even gathered? You have an opportunity tonight to maintain the positive momentum you have accumulated. Make the right choice. Let's do the work and not make decisions that can't be reversed. I guess that's all.
Yep. Thank you very much, Peter. Next up, Dale Bugner.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, thank you very much for allowing my late application to speak. I wasn't aware of the policy, 9 o'clock in the morning. I got a lot of stuff to cover, and it was kind of all over the board. I went through as much as I could of the official plan of the city of Brantford, and I'm just going to stick to the policies dealing with open public access to what's happening. 6.2.8, open planning process goal, provide an open planning process. 6.2.8.1, open planning process objectives. A, promote timely decision-making by informing the public early through studies, reports, information on specific and general planning issues affecting the community. B, ensuring the public, representing a balance of interest has ample opportunity to express their views on a planning issue, and providing opportunities for public participation in establishing goals and developing and implementing policy. 6.2, 6.2.8.1, 1A, B, and C, right. We have 18.2 point. 18.2 point. Oh, somebody's got these out of order. .2. Nope, I've lost my order here. I apologize.
Booker, do you need help? Are you looking for a particular policy that you were?
Pardon me, I was just going through all the precedent of, I have 16 individual things stating that public consultation is premier. And the last 3 pages in total, the appendix pages 1, 2, and 3, are dedicated almost solely to public access from the inception of the city's plan, from the beginning back in the 50s right through to present. Since these pages are out of order, I'm going to just finish off with the appendix. But there are 16 examples of stating that there should be public consultation from the beginning of the process through to the conclusion, not starting at the conclusion. Said throughout the generation and the process leading to the adoption of the official plan of the city of Brantford, efforts have been made to maintain public involvement and afford individuals the opportunity to provide input into the official plan document and to respond to proposals made therewith, all with the view of ensuring that the City Council would have full information provided to it prior to its review and adopting the official plan. In order to create a manageable working environment for the creation of the official plan, City Council elected to delegate its responsibilities to a subcommittee of council members known as the Official Plan Steering Committee. This delegation was by bylaw number 102.86 under the provision of the Municipal Act, and allowed a similar representative group of City Council to develop the details of the plan and undertake the necessary public involvement in an atmosphere more conducive to encouraging public responses. In 1985, the Official Plan Steering Committee of the Council oversaw the gathering of information and opinion which formed the basis for the planning appraisal study. Much of this study comprised of making contact with representative groups and individuals in the municipality and soliciting information and opinion from them in order to set a planning context as a basis for the official plan. The next major stage of public involvement came in May of '86 when the City Council announced the steering committee would be convened public hearings in June 24th, 25th, 1986. The purpose for gaining public response and input to a draft official plan.
Can you wrap it up in about 15 seconds?
Oh, well, that's the start of page 2, and there's still page 3 and all the other ones I missed in there. There was 16 examples plus the 3 pages of the appendix and it all deals with public access from beginning to end of the process, not at the end of the process as it's happening this time. That's precedent. You brought up last week, you were a lawyer. Precedence is the backbone of the legal system, and I think you need to follow precedents. People
Thank
need
you.
to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Bugner. So that, I think that brings us to the end of all of the delegations. Just a couple of quick housekeeping matters before we can go on and deal with the resolution itself. 9, Clerk's Report and Communication. Councillor Rutley, if you can move the motion to receive the Clerk's Report and Communications.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Weaver, that report 2019-808, Clerk's Report on Communication for December 2019 be received.
All right, any discussion on that? Seeing none, call a vote. Last item of housekeeping then is the
results. The clerk's report and communication carried on a recorded vote of 9-2. Those voting in favor, Councillors Vanderstout, Sless, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, and Mayor Davis. Those voting opposed, Councillors Carpenter and Van Tilburg.
Councillor Weaver, do you have the motion to adopt or receive the minutes listed on the agenda? Yes, Councillor Carpenter?
Point of order, as we previously did with the delegation that spoke on climate change, we went right to the resolution, which is what we should be doing tonight.
We can do that. Perhaps we should do this, and I think you're right, Councillor Carpenter, we should do that. We do have the 10 o'clock deadline coming up. We have a lot of other items that are on our agenda. Can I ask, just so we can get a few other housekeeping, perhaps we can table all of the other items that we have on our agenda to tomorrow evening, and then we can just deal with the one item. So maybe Councillor McCreary.
Yeah, Councillor Carpenter is correct, and sorry, Mayor, I think what we should do is, let me move that we extend the hour to finish debate on this item, and the remainder of the work goes to tomorrow night's council.
So that's moved by Councillor McCreary, seconded by Councillor Weaver. Any discussion on that? Call the vote.
The motion, nope. You've got minutes up. Okay. So I know that the vote does say minutes, but the vote is to extend the hour to complete the resolution, the discussion with regard to affordable housing, and to defer all remaining items to the special council meeting tomorrow. So those voting in favor, Councillors Vanderstout, Sless, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Mayor Davis. Those voting opposed, Councillor Van Tilburg.
All right, so we'll move on to the item dealing with affordable housing, Arrowdale. And because I would like to move an amendment, I'm going to ask that Acting Mayor McCreary take the chair so that I can present. Yeah. All right. So I guess we had to get it on the floor first. So that would be Councillor Carpenter. Sorry. Councillor McCreary, you're moving to put it on the floor? The motion.
This item?
This item.
Or the entire list? Just this one?
This
so
item.
Moved.
All right. And seconder for that, to put it on the Councillor Sless. All right. So it's on the floor, so I'll now turn the acting chair over to you. Acting Mayor, Councillor McCreary.
How kind of you, Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah.
Would you like to bring your amendment, please? And who's
Yes.
your seconder?
Yes, the seconder is Councillor Wall. And the amendment is that item 11.3.14 of the Committee of the Whole Operations Administration Report be amended as follows. A, that clause be amended to read as follows, that a portion of lands be retained for future parkland consisting of not less than 4 acres in a location determined by staff who shall consult with the public on both the design of the park and the amenities be situated in the park. And B, that the following be added as clause E, that staff be directed to continue to operate Arrowdale Golf Course for the 2020 golf season with a view to ensuring a memorable final season for the course, and to ensure that the sale of Arrowdale Golf Course and all documents and agreements relating to said sale contain provisions to allow for the completion of the 2020 golf season at the course. So moved by myself, second by Councillor Wall. The rationale for this was that I'd received various questions as to what exactly is meant in reference to land to be retained for park. And the 4 acres, I'm certainly open to increasing that, but the 4 acres is based on what it would take to have a neighborhood park that would have all of the amenities you'd expect a neighborhood park to have, including a splash pad. And so it would be fairly large for a neighborhood park. And the second part of this is in relation to, there was a request made by me of a golfer that if the decision was to proceed to dispose of Arrowdale, that certainty be provided and that there be a direction that the golf could continue through the 2020 golf season. So that's the reason why I'm bringing it forward, and second by Councillor Wall.
Mayor, thank you. I have Councillor Antosky in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment. I don't know if you, is that, can I bring it forward now?
Bring it now.
All right.
Who's your seconder?
There you go. It may be friendly. I'd like to increase that to at least 15 acres. So 15 acres of green space, which would include a neighborhood park.
Is that friendly to the mover and seconder?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Thank you. Carry on, Councillor.
Well, I have a, do you want me to do my speaking point now too?
Sure, let's do that.
Well, this is just the amendment, so no, I'll wait till after. Thank you.
Any other speakers to get in the queue? I was actually looking for the others first. Thank you, Mayor. We have Councillor Martin, and I see Councillor Weaver, your hand as well. Thank you. Councillor Martin, you get the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amount of park space, I think, was the problem with the original resolution. I know people are very concerned about having a park in this neighborhood, and I'll be supporting the amendment wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Weaver.
Ditto. Yeah. So, yeah, very similar to what Councillor Martin said. We've heard from a lot of people about the green space and the impact the green space will have in the neighborhood. So I'll be happy to support the amendment and I guess the friendly amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Other speakers before I go back to the mayor?
He hasn't spoken to it yet.
He introduced it.
Yeah, that's not speaking.
Thank you for that advice.
Anybody want to go?
Yeah. You can't speak twice.
Okay, Mayor, go ahead. You've got the
All
floor.
right, just very briefly, Councillor Antosky suggests 15 acres. I accepted it because, well, it's a third of the Arrowdale land, which is around 49 acres. And that'd be about the size of Glenhurst. And it would allow for a neighborhood park plus a very large, probably 10 to 12 acre, truly open space that, with forest, with, in consultation with the neighborhood, what that would look like. So I like it because it does respond to the concerns of the neighborhood that there be significant green open space, and so that's why I accepted the friendly amendment.
Mayor, thank you. Councillor Van Tilburg.
I have an amendment, and that is to increase the acreage to 30 acres as a park. Seconder?
Let's see, we've had the amendment accepted as a friendly amendment, so this would be the only amendment on the floor. So that's in order, Councillor. Moved by Councillor Van Tilburg, seconded by Councillor Carpenter. And the number is?
30.
30 acres, not
30
30
acres.
hectares, 30 acres. Thank you. Discussion.
Would you like me to speak to it?
You may, that's your right.
Certainly. And it's coming in by the ton. Quite frankly, people want me to protect the whole Arrowdale. They want the entire green space. They believe it belongs to them. And if there's this, and quite frankly, this is we don't seem to be talking about affordable housing here. We seem to be scheduling a development and a subdivision and it has little to do with affordable housing. So I've decided to put this as a large green space, not taking the whole spot and allowing for the development, because this seems to be what this topic is dominated by. And so I put it out there on behalf of the community for 30 acres, and we'll see where that goes.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers on the amendment? Councillor Carpenter, you have the floor.
The amendment to the amendment?
Actually, no, we just have,
Yeah, this is the amendment to the amendment.
sorry, this is the amendment to the amendment. You're right.
I know the procedural rules. Yes, thank you. Just, you know, you moved the motion to 30 acres. I'm sure there's been lots of discussion, you know. I've had constituents who've called me and said they've spoken to a number of councillors. And they told them, oh, no, we're gonna put a 10-acre park there. You know, so there's been discussion amongst members of council about what they're going to do. And we're gonna put a splash pad there and all these amenities that they're talking to people. And it would be nice if there was some consultation with the residents of the area. At any time. At any time. Hasn't happened. So, I'll support the amendment, but I'm not supporting anything that takes away this green space in its entirety at the whim of that it might be for affordable housing.
Thank you, Councillor. Additional comments, guys? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote.
The amendment to the amendment to change 15 acres to 30 acres failed on a recorded vote of 4-7. Those voting in favor of the amendment to the amendment were Councillors Antosky, Wall, Carpenter, and Van Tilburg. Those voting opposed to the amendment were Councillors Vanderstout, Sluss, Martin, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, and Mayor Davis.
We are now back to the amendment, which is 15 acres of public open space. Any further comment? Go ahead, Councillor Carpenter, go ahead.
Speaking to the amendment, which I think was 2 items, it was one amendment with 2 items. So I'm going to be speaking to the issue about the extending the golf membership for the summer season, because I had individuals that went there to buy their membership today, and were told, no, you can't. We're not selling memberships for next year. So,
Councillor, we're actually just on the 15-acre amendment currently.
No,
Can you say
there
that?
was an amendment, the amendment was lumped with 2 items.
The original amendment was, we're on the 15-acre. We haven't gone to the question on 15-acre. We dealt with the increase to 30 acre.
It was friendly, so there's an amendment that's been moved by the mayor with 2 items on it. I hate to correct you again on procedural rule.
I appreciate you being my deputy chair. I do rely on you for
Somebody
advice.
has to.
Thank you. Okay,
Somebody
carry
has
on.
to. I hope my time didn't lapse, but.
I haven't even started.
Thank you. So, you're already people were turning in their membership because they felt this was already a done deal. They seen the votes 8-3. They seen how it's being rushed through. They seen that there wasn't, ample opportunity for people to speak, limited to 2 minutes and then 5. I support the idea that you're going to keep it open for this season. I suspect you'll have very few because of them not having any security and not knowing what the future holds. But at least it allows those members who we've already sold memberships to save them off from having to actually take us to court for not honoring the memberships that we had in place in the first place. You can't just sell somebody something and then say, oh, we'll give your money back because we decided to dispose of it. So I'm in favor of the motion.
Councillor, thank you. Additional comments? We're on the amendment. Yes, Councillor Van Tilburg, go ahead, please.
I don't know where my buttons are anymore. Somebody's pushing them, though. I'm a little bit puzzled on this whole procedure. I almost think like we're making a sausage in front of the audience watching. This sure as heck isn't planning of any kind. I find it kind of shameful the way that we are going about this whole motion. That being said, I mean, then you have to think of what does all these little pieces that we're throwing together actually mean? We're trying to shut down a golf course, put in a development, telling people that yes, you can golf. Then when we sell this, are we selling a golf course or are we selling residentially zoned property? Because there's a heck of a difference. And there's a heck of a difference in taxation. If we all of a sudden have because there is another process that will pass after we leave this room, that puts a sale in motion and we could end up selling our property, which is rising in value, apparently triple every 3 years. And we could actually end up handing it off to somebody who could milk this thing as a golf course, paying the same minimal taxes it was brought up last week. And that is a lose. So I'm a little puzzled by it. I appreciate it, but I have my guard up when we don't have any planning and we are doing things on the fly without a public meeting, without a plan, without staff presenting everything. Could you imagine? Could you just imagine if everything was presented to us ahead of time so the public could see it and say, my gosh, this was a good plan? But anyways, we are making a sausage here. I just want to put forward my reservations on the fact that I will not be doing anything that allows our golf course fall into the private hands of a golf land banking company.
Councillor, thank you. Additional comments, folks? Councillor Antosky, go ahead, please.
I'm just clarifying, we're still just on the.
We are on the
amendment.
original
Thank you.
amendment. Thank you, Councillor Carpenter, for helping me out with that. Go ahead, Councillor.
I've spoken to the amendment, but I'm happy to speak to it again. Well, on the amendment, okay, because I'll.
So the amendment is as friendly amended. It's on the screen.
The amendment carried on a recorded vote of 10-1. Those voting in favor, Councillors Vanderstout, Sless, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, and Mayor Davis. Those voting opposed, Councillor Van Tilburg.
Mayor, you have the chair again.
Thank you. So I believe there is, Councillor Antosky, you have one amendment you want to make?
I do have another amendment, that the title of item 11.3.14 be amended from affordable housing to sale of Arrowdale for affordable housing funds. I'm afraid this is a little bit too late, but I just think that changing the title to that says exactly what it is. It's all of the directive clauses in the resolution talk about Arrowdale, not about affordable housing, and I think that had this been titled in this way, more people may have understood what was happening. So I'd like, and my seconder is Councillor Carpenter.
Okay. So any discussion on that amendment? Seeing none, I'll call the vote on that amendment.
The amendment carried unanimously on a recorded vote. Those voting in favor, Councillors Vanderstout, Sless, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
All right, so I don't anticipate any other amendments, so we have the amended resolution on the floor. This is a council, so there is one go around. So, Councilor Antosky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start my speaking time by just stating, because I know that some of the people in the audience might be confused. I voted in favor of the park. In the case that this resolution passes, we're working on an effort to make whatever we can as amenable as we can for the neighborhood. I am concerned with the rush. This is not just about golfers. This is about a whole neighborhood who didn't know that this was happening. There was no public consultation. I printed some flyers off on my own personal computer and printed them off so that we could try and get some stuff out there so that people knew what was happening. So I understand that there's an opportunity seen here, but I am concerned about the rush. I'm going to reiterate something that I said last week, and I reject the narrative of would you rather subsidize golf or subsidize housing. And a few people have mentioned this tonight. I don't think you'll find a person around this table or a person in this room that doesn't agree that affordable housing is important and it's a priority. But to suggest that those in favor of saving Arrowdale or keeping Arrowdale don't care about affordable housing is misleading and completely false. When it's stated in that manner, you know, if we don't sell out, does it mean if we don't sell Arrowdale, we won't have any affordable housing? Does that mean there's no other options? I think that doesn't say much about our leadership or our ability to be innovative or resourceful. That's my opinion. Maybe if we look at other options, there'll be more to find. We've heard from some of the delegations today who have some suggestions. We haven't given them the opportunity for us to hear those. That's part of the public consultation. I'm also a little bit perplexed as to why it has to be all of the money all in one fell swoop. If we look at the 28 million and we look at 51 affordable units per year, it's $550,000 a year. Why don't we do what we tell staff to do and say, go back to your wards and say, what are you willing to delay? And I'm not talking about taking it away from the project. Is it a road? Is it a new build? Is it anything that you've got coming on? Why, for 2 or 3 or 4 years, when we know we've got more assessment coming on, why aren't we looking at delaying those and using that money that way? I'm not in favor at this, when we've heard people picking specific projects to pit against it. I'm not in favor of pitting one project against another. What we need to do is look at all of the options, and I think that we need to get away from this pitting anything against anything. It's really divided us. So I think the delay is I think that we've been too quick. I think that to look at delaying some projects, not canceling, might be an option, and to have the opportunity to hear what suggestions the residents have, because quite often it's the people who have a fresh look at things that can see the trees in the forest. So those are my points. I think that we really need to slow down. We need to be more thorough, and I think there are options. We just have to look at them.
All right. Can I ask the audience to remember that the rule that we don't clap for chair? But let's go on to Councillor Wall. Yep.
You know, I said I wasn't going to say this again, but I'm the new guy here. And this has been the most challenging, rewarding year of my life. I've had the opportunity to be surrounded by experts in the field and really incredible leaders, and the engagement is huge for me. I remember when I ran, I knocked every door in the ward. And if you didn't talk to me at your door, you either weren't home or you didn't answer the door. And I've been told by my peers, I've been told by the people who elected me, that was what won me the election, the fact that I got out there. And I was already known before I ran for my events and all the stuff that I do in the community, but when I went around door to door, knocking in Ward 5, The things I heard loud and clear at the door were drugs, crime, taxes are too high, I can't afford my rent. You know, I can never buy a house. The schools, the parks, they're all falling apart. People are speeding up and down the streets. The roads are falling apart. I can't build a bathroom because our pumping station's about to shut down. And I feel like I shared my story last week, so I'm not going to go into it. But the moment that I heard that this motion was coming to the table, I took to my skill set, social media, and the public. I went and walked around Ward 5. I talked to people on the street. I went into the Tim Hortons. I went into the restaurants, and I talked to everybody. And save for the people in the Friends of Airedale Golf Course group and the people who have come here, the resounding message has been, I don't care. That's it. And I mean, I'm not trying to be like, they either didn't know it was happening or they didn't care it was happening. A couple of weeks ago, a man nearly froze to death in Ward 5, and he was saved by emergency services. And he almost froze to death in a Canadian winter because he didn't have a home. I represent those people. I represent people in Ward 5 who can barely make ends meet and are a paycheck away from not having a place to live. And I also represent the people who play golf and who care about Airedale. I didn't choose to vote on affordable housing versus golf. But that's the decision that I'm voting on here tonight. So if somebody amends this to change Airedale into a park that's open to all the public to use, that anybody can use whenever they want, then I'll keep it as a park. But if the choice before me tonight is simply put as subsidized golf versus affordable housing, I will support affordable housing. That's what the people that I represent need. I've heard loud and clear that the people here want a green space in their community. So the wisdom of council has been to give 15 acres of green space. That's enormous. That's huge. So now we not only get to have green space, but we get to have funding to support affordable housing. I'm going to support other projects. I'm going to support the sale of other assets in this community that are unnecessary. I will never support the sale of parkland. Airedale is a private golf course. It might be open to the public, but you can't go there unless you're there to play golf. And if you want to not vote for me because I care more about helping our community's most vulnerable, then don't vote for me. I don't think you did, because this is who I was before I ran. I care about people and housing first, period.
Thank you, Councillor Wells. So do we have any other? Any other speakers? Okay, Councillor Carpenter.
I guess nobody else will speak until I do. I'm sure that's the plan. I want to read some of the emails that I received. Please think about this before all the green space is gone and you cannot get it back. This is a very rushed decision and it's not fair to the citizens of Brantford. To push through a vote during this busy lead up to Christmas without adequate time for input and consideration is not a way to treat citizens. You clearly didn't take into account for the residents who live in this area. These houses being built over the golf course will not be affordable for the average person. We live in this area and the city never asked our opinions. They didn't ask them at all. They still haven't asked them. Brantford's David Hearn says he disagrees with the city proposal to sell its Airedale golf course. You have to realize once the green space is gone, it's gone for good. The PGA Tour player said in an interview, "Is this the direction that we really want to go?" Hearn noted that the area already has lost golf courses, including seeing housing being developed on the former Paris Golf and Country Club, and now we know the Oaks of St. George, and others are going. Lose another green space inside the city center, it will be a historical sad day as we auction off to the highest bidder the areas of our city that make this city what it is, I urge you to reconsider. I encourage you to complete greater due diligence before making this decision. Municipalities that are reviewing their service delivery and alternate use are getting increasingly innovative with programming, even adding disc golf, fling golf, foot golf, or a new range of practice technology to enhance their services. Airedale could be used for more than just 9 holes of traditional golf. Golf Canada, this is from Golf Canada, the National Golf Course Owners Association. Yeah, your buddy. I was surprised that the KPMG report did not consider shelving or scaling back proposed capital projects directed at parks and recreation, such as the Southwest Sports Park. In lieu of selling Airedale, I would encourage council to consider reducing the significant capital being reserved for all corporate projects and initiatives, including future phases of the Southwest Community Center. It seems, albeit from afar, the capital you need to fund the affordable housing is already reserved, yet you wish to eliminate one asset to build another. True. The proposed closure of Airedale is not uncommon in communities across Canada as municipalities evaluate their viability of their recreational facilities. Every city council is weighing the cost-benefit of their golf operations, and I know many factors come into play. When councilors evaluate the viability of a municipal golf facility for the respective community, and I trust that you will give this further thought and analysis, I don't think we will, to receive KPM report on November 26th and have a decision by December 17th to sell an asset with such downstream effects seems short-sighted. I cannot debate the plausibility of potential proceeds for the sale of this asset. I know you will give the right decision. So I just want to speak to this. The fact that we even took the phrase of the resolution, affordable housing, and the fact that we're saying we're putting the poor people, the poorest that need affordable housing, against the sale of a city asset, to me, I find it distasteful. I find it disgusting. What we did was we said, if you don't believe in this open space, if you believe in keeping this open space, you don't care about affordable housing. Because the city can't manage its money properly or look into the capital budget, there's hundreds of millions of dollars in the capital budget to find for affordable housing. The option was, let's sell Airedale. There's been some councils around us have been trying to sell Airedale for decades. We've had numbers and numbers of reasons for people to get together to sell Airedale, and the argument is, we need it for affordable housing now. Oh, that sounds good. That's people's heartstrings. We can make people think that that's what we're going to do with it. The Airedale property will be built and is whatever the developer wants to build. Now, you have to come to council and have to have the property rezoned. We'll have another chance to say what goes on there. But that's not affordable housing is not going there. We're selling land, and then we got to find land to buy for affordable housing. Think about it. So we're just seeing an opportunity to cash in and use the people that need affordable housing as scapegoats. That's what's happening here. So I urge you to not do this. I beg you not to do this. This decision will go down like the closing of Market Street. It'll be one of the worst decisions councils have made in this city for decades, and you'll be remembered for it. You'll be remembered for it. Are you telling me my time is up? Is that what you're doing? Pardon me? Oh, so to the people out there, it's not over till it's over. It's clear that this rush decision during this holiday season is to catch people off guard, and it's to make sure that you're not prepared, and it's to sell something so that it's done, and then they think you're going to walk away. I tell you, I'm not walking away, and I hope you don't walk away either.
All right, so Councilor McCreary.
Mayor, thank you. It's tough to follow Councilor Carpenter, just as it used to be tough to follow Mayor Eddy in speaking. First, I want to thank everybody in the gallery for their patience, and the folks who appeared as delegations tonight, some of whom I've known for a long time, Randy and James and Stephanie and Ron, people I respect. What we do tonight's not easy, and we all have vested emotion in this project and in this golf course. And don't think that the decisions made here tonight do not reflect on us, and don't think that this was rushed in our minds, because it was all very carefully considered by everybody at this table, the way they're voting tonight. Everybody's given a lot of thought to it. And certainly any of us that grew up in old Brantford have tobogganed there, and many of us played golf as kids there. And change is tough. Change is tough, and this is our history. And it's tough, and we don't make these decisions lightly. However, we've got a crisis in affordable housing in this community, and this is what is before us tonight. This resolution is before us tonight, and it speaks particularly to the funding and to the source of money and to the outcome of this. And that's what we're debating tonight. We've abided by our own process. I know folks think it was rushed, and if I were sitting in the gallery instead of here, I'm sure I would agree with you. But be assured that we did not violate any regulations. There's been some talk in the community that there are done deals, and I can assure you, I don't know of any done deals, and if you do, let us know and we'll investigate it, okay? But I see no evidence that that's the case. It was mentioned earlier that we've seen great divisiveness in our community, and that is absolutely true. And, you know, I guess on both sides of the issue, there's some responsibility for that. Certainly we have some responsibility. But I would say that I've heard some pretty heinous comments from members of the public. Probably nobody in the audience tonight, because you folks are here because you care. But I've heard comments directed at other members of council, which I'm shocked that we would hear in our community, in our city. And I hope that as we go forward, we can all reconcile this. Councillor Toski has said what many of us were feeling tonight, that this neighborhood and this community deserves a significant public open space that they can actually use free of charge without having to pay to go there. I look forward to the day when those fences come down and those rusty gates leave and the no trespassing signs come down, and those that live around the former Airedale Golf Course can use some of that property to their benefit and to their kids' benefit. And we can maybe see some of the things that Councillor Carpenter alluded to earlier, some of the recreational facilities that the neighborhood is so sorely lacking. The neighborhood's trading 40 acres of unusable space for something, thanks to Councillor Toski's amendment, that's going to be significant to that neighborhood. I know the golfers are unhappy about this. You'll have another season of play there and time to make your transition elsewhere. So let's begin now a period of healing. There's an opportunity now to begin to collaborate on what that public open space will look like. There's an opportunity to collaborate on the kind of a deal that golfers can get at Northridge next year and the years after that. Let's be progressive and let's look ahead, and let's try. I know it's tough. Change is tough. Things change, and that's going to be the outcome tonight, I'm afraid. And we do feel for you folks, and we realize the emotion that you invested in this.
Any other speakers? Yes, Councillor Carpenter, you have an amendment?
I'd like to have move an amendment that this item be referred until such time as the city could hold a referendum across the community and find out what the community's wishes are.
Right. Do you have a seconder, Councillor Van Tilburg? All right.
It's a referral.
Yeah, it's a referral.
I can speak to a referral. I know the rules.
Yep.
So just speaking to it, you know, this resolution was brought up during people's Christmas time. You've ruined people's Christmas holidays. You know, Merry Christmas to everybody. You know, we move a resolution this time, short period of time, doesn't give people time to think about it. And Councillor Toski and I and Councillor Van Tilburg delivered 700 flyers to the area around there because the residents didn't know. Guess what? Not everybody reads the paper. Not everybody lives on social media. Some people actually live their daily lives with their friends and family, and they don't know. They didn't know. They were quite surprised. I talked to a 95-year-old lady today that said, "I've lived here all my life. I had never heard of this." So we haven't asked what the community thinks. We don't even seem to care. We said, "Well, we'll give you an hour last week, and we're going to give you 2 hours today, so you had 3 hours. My goodness, you should have had plenty of time." That's not public consultation. On the biggest decision that we'll make in this council term, and probably the history of this city, where we're going to be doing this decision, we're not consulting the people. So I'm hoping that everybody will at least be willing to let the people know and let the people say, and don't take a decision that you're taking green space away from this community so lightly.
All right. Anyone else wants to speak to that amendment? So, Councillor Martin, referral.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's funny because when I asked for a delay in a process for the business plans to come back for the airport, golf, and farmers market. It was Councillor Carpenter that argued against that. He said these volunteers can give up their summer.
Can we just count, Councillor Martin, can we not personalize it, please?
Okay.
Councillor Carpenter, all right.
At the time, it was argued that, well, these people can work through the summer, even though they were volunteers on these boards. They were expected to give up their summer and work to put these business plans together in a matter of weeks. There was no opportunity to delay it. And it's funny that earlier there was a vote to go back and hear the delegations, and one member of council voted against that. So I think there's a bit of hypocrisy in a few areas on this, and I won't support the referral.
Anyone else who wants to speak to the referral? Councillor Van Tudor.
Public's asking this from us. If you won't give them public consultation, they want to at least have a say. Absolutely haven't felt that they've had any say in this. And we've not been able to hit all the doors. It's impossible, right, under this short period of time. There's hundreds of people have been here, couldn't even get in the chambers and they had to leave because there's no chairs and they couldn't participate in this process. Just an observer. I'm watching through on social media, which I haven't had a chance to spend a lot of time on. It's been coming in on me. It's been coming in on me hard and fast, and I hear you, all of you. And I've just been able to get out to them, and I'm seeing the feedback. I really didn't know what I was going to see for sure. Pretty surprised. I believe it is the fair thing to do, that we have this process out there. There is a fourth oldest golf course of original origins. If that's not a marketing tourist trap, I don't know what is, and we've never presented it. There are many options. I've heard my friends come in here worried, and I feel it, about what I would call a class conflict. And in this case, we're putting poor against poor, because that's what we've done. And it pains me. So I look at what's before me, and I look at what that people are asking for me, and they're asking for a say. They're asking to hear, and they're asking to see a plan. There's a whole bunch of things. They're asking to work together, because quite frankly, if we don't work together, I can tell you, it's not going to get any better. It absolutely, it's not going to get any better. And I would think that that would be wise to avoid. And I think it would be really wise for something of this magnitude, of this historic proportion, that we do as we are asked. That decision will be up to us. We make this decision tonight. I'm sure they will all know, and they will all know how this was done and how quickly. And I will leave them to their own mechanisms to figure out who they trust, what they believe in, what they think of our council and the people in it, and their word. That's all I can do.
Councillor Antosky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope that council will support this referral. It's what we've got left here to try and honor what we always ask for. We ask for public engagement. We complain when we don't get enough public engagement, and then we get huge public engagement and we don't listen. We need to have this referral. We've asked for some information to come back to us. There's a master plan, there's some staff reports. To make a decision without all the information that we've asked for is something that we should think hard about, and it's not the right way to approach things. So I hope that council will vote in favor of this referral so that we can do the right thing.
Any other speakers? Not? I'll call the vote.
The referral of the motion as amended failed on a recorded vote of 3 to 8. Those voting in favor of the referral, Councillors Antosky, Carpenter, Van Tilburg. Those voting opposed, Councillors Vandersteldt, Sluss, Martin Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, and Mayor Davis.
All right, so Councillor Carpenter, you said you have another amendment?
I have another amendment. My amendment is, I'd like council to refer the final vote on the affordable housing resolution until the Brantford-Brant Municipal Housing Master Plan is approved in Q2 2020, and the ICIP grant notification is received in Q20 of 2020, and that a Spearenburg Farm Utilization Plan can be prepared. And number 4, that when it comes back, that the venue be in such a way that all can attend, not this venue. And speaking to it, if I'll get a seconder. I got a seconder in my ward.
Sorry.
Just speaking to it.
Sorry, seconder is Councillor Van Tilburg?
Councillor
Antosky. All right.
Speaking to this referral is that the reason I'm referring this, we don't have the housing master plan isn't even approved yet. It's coming back in Q20, and you're already selling an asset to say you need for that plan that you don't even know what it is. Secondly, to the people that may not know out there in the community, the ICIP grant notification is a grant for up to $50 million in revenue for some of our sports parks. So the sports park that's got 108-acre sports park, that's got $40 million in the bank, if we get that grant, that frees up a lot of that money. It also frees up the money that's planned for Woodman Pool. Well, maybe that's next on the list to be chopped, I don't know. But that would free up the money for that. The Spearenburg Farm Utilization Plan is well over 90 acres of developable land. Looking at what that utilization plan can be will tell us whether we can sell some of that for affordable housing as opposed to selling this. We don't have to do this. We don't have to do this. It's not ours to do it with. And then having the fourth item is to make sure we have a venue so all can attend. We had people that were standing downstairs for 4 hours. Seniors. They had to leave this building because there was no place to sit. We didn't provide a venue for everybody that was concerned about this to be able to sit and listen respectfully. We tried. We took Charlie Ward Room and put chairs in it. We took the row of chairs out of the front here, and that eliminated about 20 seats. We just, the last time we looked at this, we were at the Sanderson Center for a good reason. We knew that the community would be concerned about this. And we didn't provide the space that was necessary to have a proper airing of all this. So I hope that people will support at least this referral. Thank you. But I bet they won't.
All right, any other speakers on that? Could you, Councillor Carpenter, do you mind emailing to Charlene those conditions like you had them written out? Okay, so any other discussion on that amendment? Referral. All right, call the vote on that.
The referral motion lost on a recorded vote of 3 to 8. Those voting in favor, Councillors Antosky, Carpenter, and Van Tilburg. Those voting opposed, Councillors Vandersteldt, Sluss, Martin, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, and Mayor Davis.
All right, so any further discussion on the motion? Who hasn't already spoken?
I have an amendment.
Put it on the floor.
I've been asked to redesignate the entire property as full parkland.
I believe that's against the main motion, so that's not a proper amendment. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Okay.
It's been done.
All right. So, any other amendments? Any other discussion regarding the resolution? All right, call the vote. So this is on the motion as amended previously. Ma'am, would you, I emphasize the rules. Let's call the vote, please.
The item as amended carried on a recorded vote of 8 to 3. Those voting in favor, Councillors Vandersteldt, Sluss, Martin, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, and Mayor Davis. Those voting opposed, Councillors Antosky, Carpenter, and Van Tilburg.
All right. This meeting is adjourned until tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock. 6:30. 6:30?